I respect it.
Is the music bot not working?
That's why I dislike pistachios. You work too hard for it.
That's my opinion on artichokes. Who would willingly look at an
Hey.
Hang on, let me. Hmm. Well,
While you struggle, how do Gaston and Nomi sound? Because we had to get new microphones. Any different?
You sound a little clearer.
Yeah.
That's good.
What about me?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's clear.
It sounds great.
Awesome. He has a way better one than mine because I'll eventually get mine. Oh yeah.
huh. It does not seem to be working. That is. Huh. Going to rapidly invite another one then.
You're getting replaced, Fred.
The bar died.
The bar got a natural one on death saves.
No.
And rolled another one.
No.
Even Wish can't bring it back.
I really thought as to why.
So sorry about this.
You're fine, man.
Unforgivable.
We started 7 minutes ago, Fel. This is unacceptable.
Captcha that requires you to do to add a bot to your servers is genuinely giving me problems. Don't know what that says. I just discovered what a seaplane is.
Ah.
Apparently they're different than regular planes. Okay, there we go.
Hmm.
Please be aware we've removed YouTube support from Tempo. Fuck. Okay.
Oh my god.
Right.
This is a concern.
Alternatively, if there's no like Roll20 way to do audio, we could all just open like a together tube.
Yeah. That is an option. Yeah, how does the Roll20 jukebox work?
I have no idea.
It
Oh,
exists.
we're about to find out. Yeah.
Time to plug in my Walkman.
I'll bear. You can just select a specific tab. Play YouTube through it.
Or about the least convenient way to do it is I have live streamed a window with my Spotify account for the party.
Oh no, let me.
I wish to roll intimidation on our bard.
Yes, so I can start working again. Maybe persuasion might do it.
You can
Oh
try.
god, he's trying to use unionize.
Ah,
It is so hot today. I'm just
yeah.
That's what I
not
said.
thrilled. It's 111 degrees outside this house and 76 inside of it.
That's insane.
Yeah,
I set
I
my
don't
AC for
recommend it.
60 and it still doesn't help.
My AC is like, okay, set for 72. We'll just run for 10 hours straight and it'll still not cool down enough.
I have like the big bulky AC from like the 80s. I don't even have central AC. But you know, place is worth
Nice.
$1,100 for sure. For sure.
Let's go. So cool.
Love Arizona, right? Love it.
We might roll without it. Hang on. I'll give it until 7:15, and if I don't find anything, I'll move on. Sorry about that.
No worries at all.
It's all good.
One of us could just sit out and just hum music for 4
There you
hours.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gaston starts throat singing.
Just tell Kelbrin to set his phone up near a speaker playing music and then he can go to his parties or whatever.
Big brain.
Just sing Caramel Dancing for like 4 hours.
Just the birthday party
Yeah.
ambience.
Birthday party ambience.
4.5 hours of happy birthday to you. We'd all go insane. My internet isn't working very well either. I'll actually be right back. Give me one moment to see what's up.
Well, we won Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, so
Fine.
that was a really fun campaign. Just wanted to say that was my favorite ones of all time.
Had a good run.
I really liked everyone's story arcs and how nothing was resolved is pretty cool.
Yeah, I love how it's all still a mystery.
It's like a subversion of expectations. It's really well done.
Strahd killed our bard.
Oh, that could be a good theory. Actually, no, that's probably what happened. He took him in.
No way, it's fell.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is my voice coming through clear?
It is indeed.
Not as clear, but we can understand you.
My internet doesn't seem to be working too good today, but we'll roll with it. All right. So sorry about that. There's no music this session. I'll try to get that figured out by the next one. Assuming we're all ready to continue. Last time on this Cursed Strahd adventure, the party entered the town of Valaki, wandered around, entered a very suspicious toy shop by a man named Graflinski, where some suspicious circumstances and suspicious activity happened. At that, you left and entered town square, got hazed by the town guard, Strashny, and went on your merry way to the town church, where you met we were greeted with an argument between two men, one of which is named Milvaj, a young, temperamental man who the priest, Father Lucian, accused of stealing the bones of Saint Andro, the priest who consecrated and originally established this church, and was the thing actually preventing Valaki from the incursion of undead in this dreadful place. Father Lucian is now concerned that without the bones, the town will be able to be invaded by Strahd and his minions once more, which hasn't, according to the burgomaster, happened in over a century. You also went to the burgomaster's mansion and spoke with the short, pudgy, greasy-haired burgomaster, Vargas Valakovich, where he asked you, out of the good of your hearts, to check in with someone he suspected of defecting to Strahd and sowing discontent in the community, a woman by the name of Lady Wachter. He pointed the location of her mansion out on the map he produced and sent you on your way. After that, Kelbrin split off from the group with Nomi in touch and spoke with a disguised tiefling named Rantas, who seems to be connected with Kelbrin in some way. And Kelbrin stayed there overnight, and we'll see how long into the day. While Nomi returned to where the rest of the party was, at the Blue Water Inn. You saw quite a number of strange and typically somber faces. You saw the two hunters sort of solemnly sitting at the bar. You saw a very colorfully dressed half-elf reciting some sort of tale to two small children, and you spoke briefly with Danica, the proprietor of the bar, and her husband. I'm blanking on his name. I think it's Erwin.
It is Erwin.
Got it. After that, you guys purchased rooms and divide them how you will, and settled in for the night. Probably the first warm, full, hearty meal in your time in this place. If you would like any roleplay conversations to happen between party members before the night, then now is the time.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
All right. The night passes. The slight rain pattering on the walls. This is your first day concluding in the town of Valaki. You briefly recall that there are only 2 days until the Festival of the Blazing Sun, as mentioned in the posts plastered nearly everywhere. The town is quiet overnight. It is a lot more familiar to the old towns all of you have grown up in outside of here. It reminds you a little bit of home, but there's still this eerie feeling to everything that happens. The way the shadows stretch over the floors and the walls, and the way the light flickers. I'd like everyone to roll a perception check if possible.
I'll roll one.
I can find my character sheet. There it is.
Ooh.
Nat one on
Good to know.
perception.
Oh no, no me.
At least it's a positive number.
Yeah.
Kodak. You're the only one who notices roughly around midnight a faint creak in the air. Take a few steps to the window that's still fogging up from the rain, and briefly in the corner of your eye, you see receding into the darkness the tail end of a cart rolling off, and that's all you can glimpse. See. So give me 1 second. I'm pulling up something. Godek. After it is around 1 in the night passes, you find yourself waking up. There's a cold sweat on your body. The sheets around you are tousled, and you feel a hot flash come across your body. Take a few steps and stand up, and you hear your vision is kind of blurry. You feel extremely, extraordinarily ill. Take a few looks around, and you realize that you're not within the room you expected yourself to be. You're within a small, very small cave. There's a rocky sort of outcropping around. No real sources of light, but your half-orc eyes can pick up vague shadows and traces in the distance. The thing that catches your eye most before you is what appears to be. First, you think it's a statue made of mud, but you realize that the shape of this figure is not constant. It's always shifting and morphing and folding on itself. Uh, I never thought of an image, but I'll just Google it. It speaks to you in a vaguely feminine voice, though the gurgling and the spluttering of it definitely inhuman, and if you had to guess, probably wasn't human at all. The it seems to be a woman made of some brittle, fibrous thing that reminds you of mold. From the waist down, she seems to have a gown of fungal growth, and instead of hair, she has, think of those mushrooms that grows on the side of trees, just wrapping around her head like a crown.
Oh,
Uh, and she speaks to you, and she says, "Another traveler enters this realm. I can see you fear something, an illness on your soul. Have I been told it's some kind of curse or some kind of ailment?"
um, who, who are you?
"I am Thackeray, the Queen of Poxes. I have power over what curdles the blood and twists the soul. And you, I find you quite interesting. You see, I pick up on the fears of those who know their time is limited when there's something poisoning their heart, something insidious and deep in their souls, you know? That is that is what I specialize in. Tell me, what is your goal in this place? What do you hope to accomplish? Why did you come here? What brought you here?"
I came here to understand what is with me right now. Like what, I don't know if it's a poison. I, I believe it's some kind of entity, but it was from, uh, I, I forgot what the place was. The thing with phase. I don't know, but it came from there. The
She
Feywild,
gives a
I think.
low, gurgling laugh. Um, and when she laughs, it sounds extremely completely alien and utterly
Oh,
inhuman. There's something off about it. My friend, are you aware of what Ophidia cordyceps unilateralis is? You're aware of the fungus that takes over an ant, and as the ant walks, it realizes its actions are not its own, and before long, when it looks itself in a puddle of water, there's a mushroom growing out of its head.
Oh, I I don't know. I don't know at all.
I'm sure you can draw the parallels between that and your current condition. I offer my aid. I need something from you, but I won't tell you what in specific. I would just like your confirmation. I have the ability to remove what afflicts you. And she slowly opens her arms, and you see on her sort of lichenous wrists there are steel shackles that are connected to the floor. See, I am in need of help, and I'm sure you are as well. It is what I offer, but I would just like your word of confirmation in the moment. Are you willing to hear what I have to say and perhaps do a couple things for me? I can give gifts as easily as I can remove them.
Well, I may be afraid of this thing, but it is helping me in a way. I I have been holding in a lot of anger and not lashing it out. I let everything happen to me, and as soon as that creature went along with me, I've I've been releasing it, and it's been helping me on my way, surviving through this place.
A
So,
creature swayed under the influence of rabies is strong, much stronger than it was up until the point where saliva drips from its jowls and it loses the ability to control its own actions.
mm,
Consider that, Kodak, and sleep well. The vision fades and Kodak goes back to sleep, back in his own room.
whew,
Hanavar,
Hi.
something similar happens to you. Uh, I'm just looking up the specific name. It's there are a lot of them. Uh, Hanavar, you similarly find yourself waking up, but instead of in a cold sweat, you find yourself extremely cool and at peace and calm. You sit up and find yourself on a dark, starry scape of a floor. It doesn't seem to have a end. Glance around left and right. The nebulous void of the stars spans out. You see galaxies. You see many constellations in the night air. And in a moment of looking around, your eyes find one specific constellation that forms a vaguely humanoid form. It's not quite obvious. You find yourself looking again and disappears only to form again. Uh, Calmly watches for a moment, just searching, looking at you. Gaze seems to be peering at more than just your form.
Hello?
Hello. You have entered this place. Feel welcome, you and visitors in general. I sense something in you, the something, one secret I am willing to give out is that fear holds palpable emotion in these parts. You, my friend, you are afraid. You're afraid of something you have seen.
Perhaps it's what? What is this? What?
Where
Why
it
am I here?
is not particularly relevant. It is a vision that I have given you, a thread of contact between a person of interest and myself.
And
I'm Kirad, the Star of Secrets. I'm the one who governs sights that should be left unseen, and visions that should be best left to the oracles trained to handle them.
and for what purpose do you bring me here to tell me what I suppose I already know?
The Kirad lifts his hands, a cluster of nebulous stars gather into the form of fists, and around the wrists you see sort of an absence of something, sort of like manacles trapped over them, just complete blankness of light. I want something from you, and I will give something that you can use.
Well,
I am chained in one way or another. I don't offer much, since it is a fool's errand to give gifts when you have not determined what the person will do with them. I contacted you because I am in need of your aid. Your fear has contacted me and given you my attention. You wish to search for someone, at much I can discern. I know where
yes.
everyone is in this place, I know where they lie. But I wouldn't be called the god of secrets if I gave them out freely. So I offer this. I will aid you when the time comes you can call upon my aid. That's when I call on yours. It is your obligation to make ends meet.
What aid could you extend to me, imprisoned here as you are?
I am a power of divination, and sights unseen can give you glimpses of insight, similar visions to what you have experienced. Information is extremely valuable, but I am not the one who tells you how to use them. I am simply the messenger.
See, you suspect a better time than now, then, to reveal information to me? Or are you
Yes,
offering it at this time?
I will offer information when it is needed, when you are quite desperate, and will turn the scales in your favor. For now, all I ask for is for you to consider what I am capable of, consider how much you can aid me, and keep me in mind when you think of those you miss.
Very well, I'll consider this boon then.
I have not given anything, and I do not ask anything in this current moment. There will be a time for that, but I'm not one for rushing decisions. He waves his starry hand, and the vision grows dark. And the night passes, cold and dreary as usual, and you wake up to the sound of ravens cawing and the faintest light breaking through the rain clouds above. What would you like to do?
When Gaston wakes up, he sits on his bed and he has like a 1,000-yard stare on his face, just gazing into nothing.
When Godak wakes up, he's just gonna like look at himself to like think he's still alive or whatnot, and just look around.
We all in the same room.
Yeah, I'm in the boys' room.
Yeah, I know. He's scared.
Right, as if no conversation is to be made. After some time, you travel down to the main entrance of the Blue Water Inn. See Danica and Erwin already sweeping the floors and making sure the tavern is ready for the next night's travelings. The half elf you saw before is picking at a breakfast in the corner. Uh, the two men, two grizzled looking men, don't seem to be around. But Danica gives you a friendly wave and smile as you pass and say, good day. Breakfast is on me. You don't need to provide anything.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Gaston bows.
And one more thing, and she clicks a finger and gestures for the rest of you to come closer.
Go
There
ahead,
is
pull a bit closer.
there is something I am concerned about, and you are people that I believe can possibly do something about it. Last night, after you had all retired for bed, I had a quite drunk patron come up to me and get lost in a number of wines. She was a woman. The identity is not relevant right now. I would not wish to rat out a customer, but uh, it seems she would rather confess to me than to a priest. She said that she was thinking of, I suppose, aiding in the revolution against the current burgomaster, she said. So, in my opinion, quite strange lines about how the light will shine upon them at some point or another. She did not seem quite mentally there, but very few people are in this place. Um, she mentioned she was in contact with Lady Wachter. If you could. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth that she's not the first one to come to me with such things. I myself fear that something is going on under um, the behind the scenes in this town. If you could perhaps speak with Lady Wachter and figure out what is going on, then I would greatly appreciate it. An inn and the one place serving wine in this town um, gets its own gold quite well, so there will be a monetary reward. Nothing too modest, I assure you, but I know how you adventurers function.
Is this just a matter of curiosity for you, or do you have stakes in the situation yourself?
My only stakes in this situation is for the town to remain standing. My business only works if there are people to come to it. If there's something that is endangering the town, many people that come to me and come to the Blue Water Inn is a place of safety for all. And if something jeopardizes that, then I am one to involve myself to the extent I can. A
Gaston.
bartender, a bartender hears a lot, and a lot can be accomplished if the bartender makes a slip of information at the correct time and to the correct person. You get the impression that while Danica has an appearance of being a simple bartender, there's a measure of confidence about her, and the way she speaks and makes hints give the impression of someone who is extremely intelligent and extremely aware of the going-ons of the town. Not in any malicious way, but someone very in tune with how the town works.
Gaston nods and is like, "Yeah, there. If there is a revolution, there will be much bloodshed."
This is something I believe we can all agree that we wish to avoid.
That being said, Danica, are you comfortable with the current state of the town?
She gives a small sigh and glances around to make sure nobody is looking in closely. I was here when I was a little girl when Vargas, the current burgomaster's father, was in charge of this place, and I can say that she kind of spits this out. Vargas is indeed a better ruler than his father, but that is like saying the wolf is less vicious than the lion. It is not a good place to live, but it is better than it was, and that is why so many people support Vargas. They have been given an illusion that their life is good. It is something I wish to change. I do not believe anyone is truly happy with what they do each day. And the way this place is, living in constant fear and having to put up the impression that you are happy and everything is well, or you will be executed publicly.
I'll kind of look around at the rest of the party. I suppose noting Kelbrin's absence still, but uh I think we'll see what we can do, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, as always, the room and meals here are free for those willing to aid the town in its endeavors. She gives a nod and thanks and returns to activities, getting the bar prepared.
I'm gonna sit at a table, kind of expecting everyone to join.
Yeah, Godak will follow.
Was Nomi there, or was she still in her room?
Up to you.
Oh,
Nomi's
did the
still in her
girls come
room.
out?
It's up to you if you decided to descend with the rest of the party.
Natia will join with the rest at the table.
Godak will look around and notice that Nomi isn't there. And just go, "Oh, should I get Nomi or should we just all sit here and discuss what we're gonna do next?"
Gaston is like, she scares me. If she's gone, then hey."
I mean, hey, last time she spoke the truth about Caliburn being a forest or somewhat. I mean, you could be anywhere.
I don't think she totally spoke the truth, but he is still gone. So if you want to grab
Yeah.
her, I got more questions for her.
All right. Kodak will run off. Try to get Nomi.
Is Irina with us too?
Yeah, Irina follows. She seems as tight-lipped as usual. She did do her best attempt to cut her hair last night. Uh, she seems to probably be attempting to get herself a little more combat ready. And she does slowly take a seat next to you.
While Godak is getting Nomi, I Gaston hesitantly asked Irina, "Mon ami, is there any good outcome? What does it take for one to be the Burgomaster?"
Usually by being born into the right family. It is this place is a town of tradition, and reigning family is the traditional method of passing down ownership of this town, for better or for worse.
And this other woman, she is she to have the blood to rule?
Which one, Lady Wachter?
Yes.
From what I've heard, though she is a member of the aristocratic class in this town, She is not directly descended to Vargas Falkovich. What I do know is that she married her daughter to Vargas's daughter in hopes of producing a child eventually that would have Lady Wachter's blood, being in ownership of this town. But as far as I know, or what I have been told, there were some issues with both her daughter and Vargas's son.
Then it sounds like she has been taken captive.
I cannot say for sure, but that is a possibility. Uh, Lady Wachter's daughter has not been seen in quite some time. There are rumors that she is being held captive at the hands of Vargas or his son, but that is just hearsay.
Sorry, point of order. Are Burgomaster and Baron synonymous?
Yeah.
Gaston doesn't seem as cheery as he usually does. He kind of looks down into another like 1,000-yard stare and goes, it still seems to me as though order of priority should be retrieving those bones so this town may be safe. And then kind of looks up to the other as to see if they agree.
I was thinking along similar lines. We got a couple of options, I suppose, at this point, but I figured we could all discuss that together this morning and see what our next steps are.
Gaston nervously taps his fingers, looking towards the stairs. Like, did Godak survive?
Kodak, as you go up and knock on Numi's door, what do you say to extract the Nomi from her room?
I'll say, all right, Nomi, come on. It's time to get up. Everyone's downstairs.
Nomi would open the door, and she's still in her like nightgown wearing a robe, and she has horrible bed head, and then she stares at him with her eyes like barely open, and she's like, huh?
Good morning. Everyone's downstairs.
It's not morning. The sun's not even out.
Oh my god.
And then she finally realizes that she's still wearing her nightgown and her hair looks horrible. And she slams the door and runs back in and gets ready. And a few minutes later, she comes out like nothing happened. Oh, hello, Godak. What are you doing here?
I don't know. Let's head downstairs now.
Okay, did Kelprin make it back?
No, he's not here.
I told you he's dead!
No, I know you might be right. But let's head downstairs. The group needs to talk.
Are we planning his funeral?
Well, we don't know he's actually dead.
We
Could
do
be,
too.
don't
He's
know.
not back. He was with a demon after all.
Oh right, I forgot the demon you talked about.
How loudly do you say this, Naomi?
Yikes.
Quite loudly.
All right.
I love Nomi so much.
Roll 3d6s.
All right.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, let's go downstairs now.
Okay.
Go on, we'll start. Go on, we'll start heading down the stairs.
Favorite pizza. Get it.
Nomi will skip behind him.
As you walk past
Yeah.
as you walk past the table with the old, white-haired, half-elf man telling some story to two children, eagerly paying attention to his words. He sort of leans out and calls to you. Ah, friends, would you care for a story this fine morning?
Sorry. I
No,
I really gotta go. I'm sorry.
How dare
it's a
you,
tendency.
Godak? You never turn down somebody that offers you just okay. Come on, come on.
Wait, that offers me what? That offers me what?
Anything.
He'll sigh. He'll just go. Fine, I'll listen on in.
Well, I was just finishing up, but there's a conversation that I'd like to have with you. And he turns back to the two children. You know them as Braum and Bray, the two children of the of Erwin and Danica. And he just says, his hands rise and extreme gestures to accompany his words, and he just says, I had come to believe that all was lost. Two of my compatriots were already ripped to pieces, and I could hear the baying of the wolves echoing off the Svolage woods. I barely had the strength to run as I fled, and yet, through the storms and dense trees, I saw her. She was a thing of terrible beauty, swift, courageous, and masterfully skilled with the blade. I would come to know that she was of Astana, a warrior, a mage, and a seer of the threads of fate. Her name, and he sort of poises himself in a very dramatic gesture, was Esmeralda de Avenir, and the two children sort of squeal happily, and he shoos them off. And he says, until next time, I'll continue the story then. He turns to you and gestures a hand with quite a few rings on them to the table and says, the name is Rictavio. It is. I can see you're travelers of this place. I myself am one as well. I'm a traveling bard, a sharer of stories, and one who attempts to lighten up everyone's day, which this town sorely needs. And, who are you?
Oh, my name is Godak, and like uh he'll put his hands near Nomi and say, "This is Nomi,
No, you don't
friend of
know.
mine."
No, no. You don't know my name.
Yeah, yes I do. I know your name.
My name is Nom Nom.
Very well. Nom nom it is. You see him sort of, his smile widens, but it seems a little bit more strained. And he says, what have you, I saw you speaking with the other members of what I'm assuming is your group last night, correct?
Yes.
And who else is in your group? Is it just you, for the five of you here today?
Well, we're just going to talk, and that that was mainly about it for what I know.
Well, fine, fine. Do not let an old man's stories keep you occupied, but come to me if you ever wish for a story or some conversation. I'm more than willing to provide it. And if you bring your sixth member back, then I will be happy to talk to him as well. Yeah.
Oh, I
Gestures
think
a
he's
hand to the
dead.
table. Quite an amount of people die in this place. That is correct. What gives you the impression he died?
Well, he met somebody very, very suspicious. And then she looks around and she's like, I think he ate him.
And out of curiosity, who is this suspicious person?
I don't remember his name.
Now, is that genuine or is that a lie?
Yes. The answer is yes. From
Yes.
Nomi, it's yes.
We can say it's a lie.
And go ahead and roll me a deception check.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Okay.
Built just for this reason.
All right. Seem to have fooled him, and he says he gets disappointed slightly and said, "Oh well, perhaps you'll tell me the story one other day, huh? I'm very happy to exchange them. You know me. I recognize you. Um, you're part of the Witchlight Carnival, are you not?
Oh, yes! Hello? Hi. Oh, yes, yes, I am. Were you there at my performance?
Oh, I've seen your shows. They are something magnificent. I've told some people about your performances. They're quite entertaining."
Oh, that makes me so happy.
Yeah, at this point, Nomi probably briefly recollects that you may have seen this man once or twice before. As an audience at the Witchlight Carnival place she was performing at.
Ooh. Hmm. Oh, I remember you.
I
Oh, how did
certainly
you
remember.
get here?
Get here. I was traveling with some people, and I ventured into the woods one day on a mission to another town, and unfortunately the mist swallowed me up. And I've been here ever since,
Oh.
along with my carnival wagon, and hoping the carnival would return at one point or another to take me back.
Oh. That's how I got here too.
I see.
And
Seems you need to do.
Nomi would frown and look at the ground, and like a tear would like go down her cheek, like a single tear. And then she'd look back at him and be like, the carnival won't return for like another decade.
And that is a possibility. I myself have lived several decades long. It is not that long of a wait, I assure you. The trick is to survive in this place, and that, from the stories I have gathered, is quite difficult.
Yes. I fear it is.
Well, seems we have a decade to catch up, but you have a conversation waiting on you. Don't let me keep you.
I look forward to meeting you again.
I look forward to meeting you the first time.
Later. And then she'd skip away.
Gorak will wave towards him and then walk away.
I'd like both of you to roll insight checks as you head out, though.
Okay.
None of you can deduce anything that wasn't directly said. That's Nomi and Godak eventually travel back and meet up with the group.
There they
Hey,
are.
found her.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Hey,
good
you survived.
morning.
Well, she just woke up.
I swear the sun is not out.
I
The
do not
sun
think
is
this
as
sun.
out as
Yeah.
yeah. It's as out as it will be, I figure.
That sucks. I'm used to the sun being so bright that it wakes me up. How am I supposed to wake up now?
Well, maybe Godak is a good start.
Yeah, because I have been waking up for quite a long time now. Oh, it's been your alarm clock.
Well, you just have to keep that up.
Alrighty, I will continue that. I'm more of a early bird myself.
Do I both? We did not have wings.
Gaston, I can never tell how serious you are.
I have met the bird person before, you see. He had
Yeah, me
wings.
too. Yes. Yeah. Anyways, I figured maybe over breakfast we can decide what to do next. Nomi, Kelbrin's, I've noticed, still not back. You sure you don't have any more insight onto that?
I swear he's dead.
I would really rather think he's not.
He didn't return, did he? He's been gone all night.
And you said that he went to
Yeah.
a forest, right? From last night?
Yeah.
Look, whether or not he has no interest in being healed, we should move on.
I
We have to
figure
find
as
his
far as
body.
body. Nomi, I'd like to hope we can give Kelbrin a day or two and he'll find his way back. He seems like he's a personal sort, but if
If
he doesn't
he's not
return, I would like
back
to know
in
what
2
happens.
days, if he is not back in 2 days, we are putting on a full-on search party, okay? There's no getting around this.
2 days, I think is, yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
If he misses the event, then he should be wanted dead.
We might all die if he doesn't make it.
That, hopefully he'll be back before the festival, yeah?
He better be, or we better have a body.
Yeah. But apart from looking for Kelbrin, I figure we got a few possibilities. We have 2 people now willing to pay us to investigate this Lady Wachter, the Baron and Danica, and then, of course, as Gaston and I were discussing a moment ago, there's the issue with the bones. That one does seem a bit more pressing, but I think we'd have to travel out of the town for it.
Mm.
I need to get my papers back. They are important, and the current Baron has them
He
held
still has them.
hostage. I believe I can convince them to return them before we away.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, perhaps in that case we spend a bit of time digging around in this Lady Wachter, and if there's any information that seems relevant to disclose with the Baron, then we could head back there and get your papers.
Yeah.
So what do first?
I find something about it. To be honest, and I kind of lean in a little bit. To be honest, I don't really intend to share much about what we find with the Baron, but it would give us reason to go back to his keep.
Then shall I meet with the Baron while you meet with Wachter?
That's a fair idea.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
I should have asked the priest about weapons fit enough to fight the werewolves. That is something to keep an eye out for as well. Maybe a blacksmith. I don't know.
Okay, I'll keep my eye out on one.
We.
Alright, sorry guys, heading out of the tavern.
Uh, yeah, Gaston's going to the Baron. I don't know who's following him, but everyone else is going to Wachter.
Alright, so let's deal with the Wachter House party first. Approaching area N4 on the map, which is the totally inconspicuous mansion that I mentioned earlier. Guys pass through the town square. The festivities seem to be setting up a little bit more. There seems to be on the central stage of the square, there seems to be a pedestal that has been mounted, and there seems to be a stand in the center that straw is being piled into. It seems to be the start of some sort of bonfire. It's about 2 days away. But you guys pass through the streets of Barovia. It seems to be a light drizzle, not as bad as yesterday, but still enough to put a chill in your bones as you pass through. You guys enter area N4. Let's see. I have this map somewhere. It's one of the maps.
I love splitting the party up.
It's
So
much
do I.
fun.
Yeah.
It forces Gaston to keep his mouth closed.
Until it is one-on-one with Gaston and the Baron. That'll be exciting.
So everyone takes a break.
Yeah.
All right. Roll 3d6.
Gaston challenges the Baron one-on-one.
He actually might win. He's not very strong.
Revolution.
He kills a bear, so
Now,
well, he also has guards.
now, do you believe me on that? That's up for you to decide.
Gaston trusts him 100%. He is the excellent judge of character.
This Gaston trusts fell 100%.
Gaston is totally enamored by the legendary tale of the Baron.
You see why it's called the Baron right now, do you?
Oh. What is a Baron without the bear? He's just a wren.
Okay, I'm. Don't know how to feel about that.
Jesus Christ, Gaston.
Okay, you can. Don't ask why Fog of War has been enabled on this map. You don't need to know that.
We can't see it. Oh, there it is.
Now you can see it.
There we go.
Okay, so you pass by the small dirt path leading to this rather. However, actually, the house seems somewhat disgusted with itself. A slouching roof hangs heavy over furrowed gables, and the moss-covered walls sag and bulge under the weight of the vegetation. As you study the house's sullen countenance, you hear the edifice actually groan. Only then do you realize the extent to which this house hates what it has become. But you slowly walk towards the front gates. Not gates. The stone steps lead up to a door that, as you approach, swings open. You see a maid give you a nod and a smile and say, "All will be well. You are wishing to speak with the lady of the house, right?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well. Come in. I will set up an arrangement. And she leads into area A. The front door opens to a narrow vestibule. 3 stained glass doors and wooden frames lead from it. She eventually, the maid brings out refreshments as you wait a moment or two as Fel gets prepared to fill up something.
Which one is fell?
All right. A moment or two later, you are brought into area. Let's see. Yep, area J. You're led through the hall. Here, 3 elegant couches surround an oval table made of black glass. Others sit in front of a blazing hearth, above which hangs the portrait of a smirking nobleman sporting a broken nose and a tangle of hair graying the temples. Several smaller portraits hang on the north wall. Seems attached to the dining room, but Sitting at the edge of one of the couches is a woman around, say, just getting into her middle age phase. She's not the most attractive, but she carries herself with the air of someone who's self confident and a noble woman. She has a very slender face that hides the wrinkles of her age quite well, and hair pulled back into a bun. Her clothing is quite regal, and the interior of this house is much different than the aged outside of it. The rugs are probably expensive. The covering on the couches are definitely worth more than some houses in this place. Um, all of that just adds to Lady Watcher's appearance as someone who is regal and quite confident in the position she is in. Uh, there's an image of her. Okay. And as you enter, she uncrosses her legs, rises, says, "Welcome, welcome to the Wachter house. I am Lady Wachter. It is a pleasure to meet you. I was told you are a group of people who recently entered the town and wish to see me. Please come in and sit down." And she gestures to the couches nearby, the hearth, and sits down. She calls for the maid to bring some wine, and a pleasant smile settles over her lips. And she says, "How may I help you? I'm a woman who enjoys getting down to business in a meeting. Days are quite busy."
Lady Wachter, you are the talk of the town so far.
"I've heard that quite an amount of times. You were correct. I've made an enemy of the Baron in several ways and several circumstances that I'm more than willing to share.
You're you're open to admit that much, then.
I'm very open about my dislikes. I have been careful in my wording to prevent Vargas from actually having just a reasonable justification to cut off my head. But other than that, I have carried myself carefully and done all I can to oppose him. It is, I suppose it is rude of me to tell my story without asking yours. Who are you? Why are you here? The previous group that entered this town, that didn't appear from it, did not enjoy speaking to me very much, and she gives a light chuckle. The feeling is mutual. I hope this conversation with you will be different." She glances around, gives a nod to Irina, who gives a nod back, and Irina just says, "Lady Wachter, it is a pleasure." Irina's voice indicates that she does not like Lady Wachter, but Lady Wachter brushes it off.
I'm Tenevar Gibraltar. Uh,
"Hmm,
Passing through with this party at the moment.
Well,
Seems everybody's passing by. That's normal, though. I hope some people would stay and provide some different perspectives on this small community here." She glances around to the rest of you.
Kodak will raise his hand, just do like a little small wave and say, "Hey, my name is Godak Samari."
Got Samari, pleasure. You're a half orc. I cannot say I've seen one in these parts, but that is not a bad thing.
Mm, yeah, everyone's been saying that. That I'm still a little confused to why.
Well, that would be because we don't have a large influx of those who weren't here when the mists crawled in and locked us away. There were primarily uh, humans, and her eyes briefly dart towards Natia, the Dusk Elves, but that is history I've only heard.
Natia would give a cautious but fairly polite nod and say, "My name is Natia," and be very brief about it, kind of seeming to stand beside Arena's kind of trepidation about Lady Wachter.
Lady Wachter seems to sense Natia's hesitance and raises her brow with a slight nod and does not pry further.
Well, Lady Wachter, since you've been so open with us so far, I figure I can return the gesture. Part of the reason we're here, and I promise you, it's not the only reason, but well, the Baron sent us. I assume you're aware he's trying to get some dirt on you.
She kind of gives a shrug and recrosses her legs. The Baron has done quite an amount of things in a similar vein, doing his best to sully my reputation and lose my favor in the eyes of the people he claims to rule. But that is not anything I am not equipped to handle. Uh, Often enough, and she gives another uh, sort of reminiscent chuckle. It often brings potential allies to me over at my doorstep. What did he say this time to get you to snoop in on my activities?
Something along the lines of you being his political rival, encouraging the town not to celebrate and all. Uh,
So it's only natural for a tyrant to attempt to get rid of all potential rivals before they gain much traction behind the movements, is it not?
well, I will happily admit I've got no allegiances in this town thus far, and the small exchange we had with the Baron was not particularly impressive.
He's not a very impressive man. Every man from his blood has been quite she stumbles onwards for a moment. I'd say abusive is the best term to put it. You see a brief shadow cross her face, and in the brief moment her smile fades. You see wrinkles appear in her eyes, and you see her for the rather aged and extremely stressed woman she probably is. But she very quickly picks that back up and assumes her noblewoman's stance again. I have quite a few stories to tell about the Baron, and you are obviously your position warrants an explanation on my part. But um, where do I start? I will preface this by saying that I am the only woman and the only person in this realm who is unafraid to say the word Strahd, and I do not say that out of disobedience to the Burgomaster's will or out of fear that Strahd will be knocking on my door, but the fact that he hasn't been here in centuries. The way the Burgomaster runs is by running this town on strict absolute fear. The people only abide by his orders and entertain his abusive tendencies because there's a bigger threat, they have been told, that none of them have seen and none of them have experienced. I am interested in slaying the demon before me rather than one that has been passed down by grandmothers. That being said, she winces. I have made some mistakes in my past, and the one that truly pains me the most is my attempt to approach things in a diplomatic manner. I married my daughter, Stella. You see her face once again falls, and she fights to pull it back into a polite one. I married my daughter to the. She fights from saying a probably nasty word, but son of Vargas Velikovich. Um, and after the wedding, it was as unjoyous as an event of all the uh, facades the Baroness put up. Um, when my daughter returned to me and spoke with me in private, she has been growing steadily more strange. She has lost her mind in a way. Every time she came back, she would speak less. She would fear the shadows more. Her eyes would dart around, uh, hearing every sound. Her mind was broken and twisted and shattered. And eventually, one day, she did not come back at all. I have received word that she still lives, if you can call it living. But I will not rest until I see what happened to my daughter, paid back to that bastard Vargas and the son who did that to her. Beyond a more personal matter, it is the one that has started my quest of ridding this town of what rots away at it. Um, Vargas and Izek run the town on fear. They are brutes. Many believe that Izek Straszny tortures prisoners frequently in the. They call it the Velikovich Reformation Center, but I am sources that say it is a torturing chamber in a place where the unfortunate victims of the ones who. The victim of Vargas who stood up to him end up, who returned from it are nothing but shells. They do nothing but echo Vargas's will. I believe that is a clue at what happened to my daughter, but that is separate. Vargas has a history of being brutes and murderous and hard-handed individuals. Perhaps that is why his wife, Lydia, is so delicate in nature. She lifts a brow, glances at her reactions at that. But,
I
anyways,
nod at the comment.
but, anyways, each burgomaster in the Valakovich line has been just as terrible, if not worse, in their rules. Don't you? Don't you believe such leadership should end with Vargas? I myself do, and I have tried to play my hand in attempting a more peaceful way, but I am afraid I do not believe that is possible anymore. I do not know what exactly Victor did, that is Vargas's son, to make my daughter lose my mind, but I know it must be horrible. I have I have had my people watch the mansion in hopes of getting any glimpse as to my daughter. The only thing they noticed were purple flashes coming from Victor's room. I have been powerless to investigate further. Now, and she straightens up, her back straightens, she crosses her, folds her wrists. That is enough for stories. Down to business. Um, I see no monster in the land or the one that claims to rule over it, but only in Vargas himself. I believe that Vargas's fear of Strahd and the way he makes the people fear him is only an excuse to get away with mistreating the people in Vallaki. He actively serves that fear to get the people to follow him in this great conspiracy that he has strung this town in for quite long enough.
Oh, what's the story there, Lady Wachter? A couple assumptions I'm making. You plan to play the long game originally, marrying off your daughter.
And
That
now
was the
that your
intention.
daughter's state has declined, you're looking perhaps to take things more into your own hands in the
She
present.
winces at the word declined. Clearly pains her, but probably not anything Hannah specifically did. Yes, I first and foremost am a mother, and I wish to get my daughter what is left of her away from them. And secondly, I am an sorry, I am a woman of the people, and I have a duty as an aristocrat to speak for them. Quite a few people support me. I do not. It's difficult to meet up with many because the Baron watches and he has his own spies, but a significant portion of the population does support me. I do not encourage you to go asking around who pledges fealty to the Wachter, but the signs are quite apparent. You have seen their expressions during the festivals, you have seen the way they speak about him. I know that the game I play is dangerous, it is a gamble. All he needs is one sliver of evidence to convince the people that I'm in league with Strahd. But it is a game I am willing to risk. My husband died, and if there's one more thing I can do that is good in this world, then I will. He kind of gives a half ironic, half sad smile. Bring light to the people as best as I can.
Can I roll an insight check on her, please?
You certainly can.
Whew.
Zoinks.
Yeah, I'm DMing you.
Okay.
uh,
I don't trust her. She's sus. Don't like her.
All right.
um, can I ask her? Um, uh, so the the Baron then his justification for opposing you is all out of fear for Strahd.
I do not know if it is out of fear of Strahd or simply fear of his own rule coming to an end. He has done this with several families in the past and had them executed for treason. He
I see.
stokes the fire of the fear of Strahd von Zarevich and uses that fear to hold on to power. You see how he claims to be the one fending off Strahd and his minions. We have not had any issues with Strahd in quite a long time.
Just an idea at the moment, a concept, I suppose. But would solidifying your opposition to Strahd in the town's eyes help your case at all?
She frowns for a moment and says, I do not know if Strahd watches, to be truthful. I would rather this town and its people be safe rather than incur the wrath of him.
Um, um,
It there comes a point when, if you, as the leader of the town, show an extreme hatred for Strahd and muster the strength and will of the people, then they wish to. Their anger boils over and they get reckless. You know the story of the Mad Mage of Mount Baratok? Do you know how many villagers died?
Not that
Over
I
half,
know.
over
No,
half,
actually.
over half the houses in Vallaki now stand empty. That is not something I am willing to risk. My devotion is to the people of this town, not against Strahd.
And yet you stated you don't particularly have any great love for these people. Is that correct? Or are they
Uh,
for you?
I will admit that my priority of seeing the burgomaster get what is coming to him takes precedence over my devotion to the people, but there is a significant sect of um, people in the community that share my goals and are willing to shake off the collar of fear the burgomaster has put on all of the villagers in this town.
And what would you do to alleviate that?
Currently, I wish for concrete proof that the burgomaster is a monster, and for that, I firstly we need access to his mansion, and secondly, the Velikovich Reformation Center. Many of the villagers are content with blocking out any evidence they have of the burgomaster being a horrible person, and purposefully ignoring it so that they can maintain to some comfort in their lives. But I wish to expose him for the cruel tyrant he is. I wish to gain more of the people on my side, and if at all possible, out the burgomaster without any bloodshed beyond his own.
And what would you
No.
do once you have control of this town?
She gives a sigh. You're aware of who Madame Eva is, correct?
Indeed, I am.
Has she given you a reading?
Perhaps.
She gave me one as well. She said that there would be a group coming to this town, and that they would be the ones to break through the cloud of the burgomaster and bring light to this place. That is what I hoped to do with the previous one that came along, but
And now you're hoping that we will be those people?
I am hoping that you will realize the dire situation of this town and come to the aid of those who will take down the burgomaster once and for all, yeah. That is what I wish.
That still doesn't answer my question. What do you
The
plan on doing once you have defeated or overthrown the Burgomaster?
I do intend to, at least temporarily, establish myself as the burgomistress in charge and get this town back on its feet. Many people already turn to me as their leader, and at least until things calm down in this town, I wish to lead it to a brighter future.
And what does that brighter future look like?
One when the efforts of the town are dedicated towards fortifying the defenses and growing enough food for the people to eat, instead of hosting these absurd and useless festivals every 3 days, one where the people will not be able to live in fear after not pulling the muscles in their cheeks, tempting to smile when all they can do is frown. Her voice gains a sort of steely tone to it. And above all, I wish to find my daughter and restore her to a semblance of the girl I once was, or she once was.
if you took over as the burgomistress and found your daughter, would you sacrifice the entirety of the town just for her? To get her back to the way you want her?
Her eyes narrow, and she pauses for a moment. I do not know what you are trying to prove, but there is no need for drastic circumstances in either way.
Nomi would sigh and cross her arms and then just go back to, like, leaning back in the couch.
She gives another sigh. What I am asking of you is to look around, visit the burgomaster's mansion again, speak with his wife, speak with his son if you are able to manage it, potentially find my daughter, visit the Valakowicz Reformation Center, find out what is truly happening there, and bring to light what the burgomaster has been doing. That is all I ask of you, and if you find it within yourselves to care about the people in this town, then that is what I hope you will do. You are my only ray of sunshine to go off of. Do not have any other light to follow.
Natia would speak up and be seemingly more agreeable than when she first spoke, and um, with regard to her, and agree that um, your story is sympathizable, and I can at least speak for myself in saying that we will do what we can for our own journey, but also to aid in your daughter's plight. And after she says this, she would still stick a little closer to Arena to um, kind of comfort her as much as for herself, kind of stick by her and previous trepidation.
Irina's still hostile. She doesn't back down. She doesn't tend to back down easily, but she still fixes Fiona with a hostile gaze.
I do have one more question for you.
I am available to answer.
Do you personally know why it is that Strahd hasn't entered this town in 100 years?
That is something I do not know. That is something I cannot honestly answer. I do not. I simply do not know. I hoped the bones at St. Angel that Father Lucian praises so were the ones warding him off, but I doubt that they would be able to hold his power. I pray to all of the gods above that he has simply lost interest in us and will ignore us if we ignore him as best as we can to live our own lives, but I know that is a fool's errand. I know that shouldering this responsibility as burgomistress is to figure out what I am going to do with Strahd von Zarevich, and that is not a burden I will take lightly.
I'll just kind of cock my eyebrows at Godak first, but the rest of the party as well. Just kind of make eye contact with each of them.
Until then, if you have any other questions for me or this town, I am more than free to answer. My assistant Ernst, and she glances over to the to the door, and there you see standing a rather short, squat man with a sort of squab of a black hair and bushy eyebrows, give a short nod. He is my assistant and primary, I would not say spy, but informant around the town. He is quite good at lingering in the shadows. If you need to contact me and cannot reach me, or if I have died, Ernst is the one who I have entrusted as my second in hand.
Hmm.
He should be around the town square if you must contact me without being seen heading towards my mansion. But I truly thank you for hearing me out. I hope you make the decision to brighten the future of this dark, dark town. Uh, bestow light upon the lives of all the citizens here. And gives her eyes. Uh, if you need to have a place to stay or a place to hide from something, my mansion is available for your use.
At what cost?
She gives a sigh. At my cost, since if the burgomaster sees you allying with me, he will not pursue diplomatic methods of relieving my shoulders from the burden of my head.
Nomi smiles and tries to hold back a laugh, and in her head Nomi's being like, oh, that's fine by me.
You knew alignment is chaotic evil. Just kidding. But yeah, Lady Wachter gives a nod, and for a brief moment, as she stands and turns towards the fire, her shoulders slump and the expression she carries briefly fades. Her cheeks kind of sag, and the crinkles in her brow become a little bit more apparent in this reflection of the fire. She's a woman that has endured a lot of stress, very clear. Um, she turns towards the fire and waits for you to leave.
I will finish my glass of wine and stand up.
Ernie gives another nod or another look at the paintings around and walks out pretty stiffly.
Natia would quickly follow after Arena.
Uh, the maid leads you out and sends you into the rain and shuts the door quickly after. And
As,
immediately, sorry, go ahead.
as soon as the door closes behind them, Nomi is going to put out the flames in the fireplace that Lady Wachter was looking at.
Oh.
So,
You have terrorized a grandmother. Congratulations.
on the safe.
Um, but yeah, you hear faint signs of confused shouting beyond, and just a moment. Yeah. Irina turns towards the group and just says in a low voice, I do not trust her. I do not. She reminds me of Strahd in a way that she promises good things only and means none of them. I do not like her. Perhaps that is just my own perspective. But
You
No,
really
I
think she'd
don't
be
trust her
worse than the
either.
bear? Really? I
I find it difficult to trust. I,
Nomi would hold Irina's hand if she would let her. Um, and she would look at her, and she'd be like, In a place like this, I don't blame you for not trusting people. I wouldn't either, and I don't.
Her hand kind of flinches, but she eventually allows you to take it and says, "That is interesting coming from you, a person that cannot be trusted." But there's a slight bit of humor to it.
Nobody can be trusted. And then Nomi lets go of the hand and walks away.
I think she said more in what she didn't say versus what she did actually say. And I think that she is hiding a lot and it doesn't look like it would end well.
Um, I get the sense that you guys are done there. I imagine the Baron's going to make us on wait for quite some
Yep.
time.
I'm going to get to you to a second, Gaston.
I was going to say if they want to visit the prison or whatever she mentioned.
Reformation Center.
Yes. While Gaston is being forced to wait.
We'll see how long Gaston will be waiting.
All right.
Because as Gaston takes a few steps to the Burgomaster's mansion, Gaston can see a man standing in the rain with let's see. Trying to describe him correctly. You see the back of a rather tall man, very slender despite his height, and the way he carries himself probably gives him the at least appearance that he is larger than he is. You see a rather nice looking, very well oiled and polished set of studded leather armor shrouding his front. A fur coat lining around his shoulders, and long, well kept black hair spilling over his shoulders and to his mid chest. You see two pointed ears sticking out on either side of him, and his flesh seems like a willowy, dusk brown shade. Um, he knocks thrice on the burgomaster's door and folds his hands behind his back and calmly waits without bothering to turn around. You see, at his side appears to be a single weapon. There is a wickedly curved scimitar that is strapped to his hip, but beyond that, he seems unarmored.
Uh, oh, I heard Discord make a weird sound. Gaston is very aroused by this sight and goes up to meet him. And it is like
As soon as Gaston starts speaking, the voice from the man, without even deigning a glance back at Gaston, it rings out in an almost papery dry, completely devoid of emotion or any apparent feeling to it. It just says, "Your name and your business."
Gaston, and I simply wish to make salutations with thou. I am also here to meet with the Baron. I am quite new here, and I wish to meet many people. And you seem like an interesting person, mon ami.
For what purpose are you here to meet the Baron?
He has some papers I need signed to make sure some individuals no longer are individuals, let's say.
So you're hunting certain individuals then?
We
Then perhaps we can come to an accord. He turns around and you see the face of a dusk elf man. There's, surprisingly for an elf, there's a rather receding hairline around his head. He seems, for an elf, quite aged, probably is in his 300, 400, probably longer years. And he looks down at Gaston in a sort of expressionless way that seems very much like a person sizing another person up. Gaston, is it?
What is your name, friend?
I am Rahadan. I take it since you are new here, you have not heard of me.
I know, but let's deal
Then
with that.
ask around and you shall be answered.
Gaston looks around for someone to ask, and
Interesting enough, there's nobody on the streets. Just this person.
I see no one to ask but you, my friend.
Most people do not stick around when I am present, at least.
Oh, I used to have to pull him too, but then I started showering.
The rain will do that to you. Anyways, I suppose my conversation with the Burgomaster can wait for another day. Enjoy your time in Valaki, Gaston. And the desk elf walks away and fades into the mist shortly after.
Yeah, Gaston was gonna ask him about his weapon and where he could find something like that.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
He stops and swivels around and half turns his head back. Yes.
We are in need of some weapons capable of fighting with the werewolves. I'm curious, where could we find such blades?
Are you interested in my weapon?
Partially.
For the first time, there's a slight bit of fondness in his voice. There are not many vendors in the way of weapons in these parts. There was a desk elf trader by the name of Sengal in the encampment, just shy of Valaki's borders. He sells some rather good weapons, and he is the one that sold me this, but I'm afraid, Gaston, this weapon is not used for killing werewolves.
What is it used for then?
I defer to my previous statement. Ask around. And he continues walking.
Gaston has a heart in his eyes when eyeing that weapon. Respectfully, and then turns around to knock on the door.
Rahadin doesn't seem to have paid much attention to Gaston, but a few knocks on the door pass, and the same maid opens it up and says, Yes, Gaston, that is. You have returned, Mr. Burgomaster?
I come to check on the papers, and I have important news for the burgomaster that I think he should know immediately.
Very well, very well. And she gestures for Gaston to come in and leads him to the same path as you went yesterday, and sitting in the exact same location, exact same position, is Lydia. And she, in the exact same repetitive motion you've seen her do before, rises up, gives you a nod and a smile, and says, Yes, it is. It is Lydia, but everyone calls me the burgomistress. How can I help you?
I come to speak with the burgomaster.
Yeah.
We're alone in this room, right?
Yep, just you and her.
Okay, yeah, Gaston does the same exact motion, kisses her from her hand up her arm, and then as he approaches like her face, he looks with a very serious facial expression in his eyes. Uh, what is Washter's daughter's name?
Stella.
So he goes like, "Where is Stella? Is she okay?"
She freezes for a good 5-6 seconds at that, and immediately launches into a fit of shrill laughter, and she just says, All is well, all is well. Can I help you in any way? What is your name? Mine is Lydia.
He stares blankly at her, like, did she not hear what I asked? And then slowly, very slowly, his gears turns in his head, and he understands, and he goes, I see. I understand completely.
I'm glad I could help. Another few moments pass, and the figure of Vargas Velikovich swaggers in. He senses a bit of alcohol on his breath, and he just says, "Ah, Gaston the Swift, it is good to see you. How was your first night in this town?"
Wonderful. Your inn is the best inn in all of Barovia.
I'm glad to hear that. I heard you had news for me.
Yes. We all know one of the main reasons that the devil does not show his face around here is likely due to sanctified bones kept in the graveyard. That it keeps his place holy. We?
It is. He looks offended at that, extremely offended. He places his hand to his chest and says, "What's the point of that? No, the reason Strahd does not wander into my realm is that the happiness in this town prevents any insidious thoughts or any of that kind from entering. The festivals I run ward them off. These bones are just a keepsake. It's convenient for people to believe in them, but I assure you, Gaston the Swift, what I do is what keeps Strahd at..." He pauses and says, "The devil at bay. Make no mistake." And his face turns extremely serious at that. "Make no mistake. It is I who keep Strahd out of this realm. Isn't that right, Lydia?" Lydia gives a nod and says, "All will be well." Vargas fades back into his normal mood. But this is good news anyways. I will check it out and make sure it is attended to.
About that, I have dire news, and I make no offense. It is addition, the two things combined one way or another. One, obviously, your traditions have a play a giant role in them, but ours do the bones, and the bones have been taken away from the city, and I know where they are, and it is related to the reason why I'm hunting those people.
Then we'll find them. Alright, is that enough for you? Is that all you came here with?
I am the one who needs to find these people, for I
Then,
am
then,
the one.
then find them and get out of my town as quickly as you can, alright?
I
Is that fine with you?
yeah, yes. Are they signed?
Uh, they've been signed by me, yes. I
That's
advise you leave this town, Gaston, swiftly, or I may catch you harboring behavior that poses a challenge to my dogma. Do you understand?
Gaston does not understand.
Fine, then. Fine. He hands a stack of papers to Gaston, and they've been signed by Vargas. Uh, Handwriting and signature that seems way too practiced for any good person.
Gaston pockets them. And one final thing, Burgermaster. We are in need of weapons to fight werewolves. You being the Burgermaster, I thought I would greet you with this request myself. Here to yourself.
We have no need for weapons in this place. Our charms and our happiness wards the monsters away. If you
Well,
are interested in weapons to leave this town, then the Arasek Stockyard may have some. And there is a Dusk Elf by the name of Sangar in the Dusk Elf encampment, some distance away from Valaki. A minute's walk will bring you there. Uh, who has some specialty elven weapons, I hear.
thank you. This information is most valuable. I shall bother you no longer,
Um,
Barrow.
Make sure you don't. And he leaves. Storms out of the room. Maid comes back, and Lydia stares glassy-eyed as ever at the wall.
Gaston is gonna cast guidance on himself.
Sure.
He's gonna snoop around
The mansion?
the mansion. Yes.
Okay, I'll get you a map set up. Just didn't have this map prepared, sorry about that. But, it's not.
No one expects the Gaston Inquisition.
I'm sure this will go well.
Alright, since that conversation probably took about as long as the Wachter House one, what is the rest of the party doing? You currently just exited the Wachter House and are back in the rain.
Well, whether or not we trust her is it worth looking into what she brought up? I don't fault you for not trusting her words, but between her and the Baron, the brief conversations we have, I think the choice is obvious.
Yeah. Should
What?
we find a place to uh or a place to see if Custom will see us? Because we didn't say we are gonna go back to the tavern at all, I think.
Well, maybe we can head back to the Baron's manor if it's try to catch up with Gaston there. Wachter did want us to poke around there a bit more if it's safe to do so. I suppose it won't be safe, but worth doing anyways.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Alright, you can see the map, right?
Pitch. Oh, wait,
Uh
I see it.
At the
oh,
bottom
okay.
it should be revealed.
Yeah, I see it now. My character page was in the way. So what is towards the exit? Is that to the down to the right?
To the right is the exit, yes. Area is the entrance. There's a hallway, and you're in Area E, which is the parlor.
Okay. I take a step out. I don't see any guards.
You see a few maids, and one of them is currently ushering for Gaston to exit. You don't see where the Burgomaster disappeared to. Did you want to attempt a stealth check with the guidance?
I'm gonna go over to the Oh God. Oh, then I'm gonna go over to the maid.
Alright. You see, most of them are piling bushels of probably dried wheat. Um, it's the same thing they've been putting into the wicker basket of the bonfire in preparation for the celebration. But they just give you a look and says, Yes, what do you need?"
The person that's ushering me in. I asked them very politely. Do you know where the name of the daughter of the Wachter is?
Stella?
Is Stella? Yeah, Stella. Do you know where
Stella.
Stella is at this current moment?
Stella should be in the. Uh, Let me find her. Hang on. Da, 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 da. Sorry. She should be in her own room. should be upstairs, but I've been given instructions to usher you out.
Um, tell me if this is totally wrong. I'm gonna cast command on her and tell her to bring me to her to Stella.
Okay, okay.
It only has a duration of 1 round, so I don't know if it,
Command is just a 1 round spell. It has effects in combat. To do something like that, you'd probably need suggestion or a well-worded persuasion check.
okay. Then I'll instead of using a spell slot, I'll use a well-worded persuasion check.
How are you wording this persuasion check wellly?
Okay. Deep breath. Oh, mon ami, I also have urgent news. I totally forgot. I also have urgent news for Stella. The Baron wishes me to relay a message. He is a very busy man. He has. Let me do it. If you could leave me the way of the Baron and I would be most gracious.
Instructions to bring messages directly to them. If you wish, I can deliver a message to her, but we're
It
not so.
needs to be with my own tongue, I'm afraid.
She gives a sigh and glances around and go ahead and roll a check.
And when he does this, he also winks.
Sold immediately. DC lowered by 10. The wink did it. 21. Okay, she glances around and stares at Gaston, and she actually takes a step closer and messages. Not messages. Just talks to him directly and says, "Make it quick. Whatever you're doing, I hope it is to in some way defeat him. You don't know what we've gone through here. Go now, quickly." She turns back to sweeping.
Where does she point?
Up the stairs.
Okay, I go up the stairs.
And she gives directions to um, she tells
Yeah.
yeah she where's the okay tells Gaston to go to the right down the hallway, take another right into Victor's bedroom, and then into Stella's room. So let's do this piece by piece. All right.
So Stella's bedroom is through Victor's bedroom.
Yeah. Yes. Oh fuck! I accidentally moved that.
I escaped.
It broke through the fourth wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Gaston, move yourself up to the upper floor. It should be revealed now. Actually, let me just. That should be easier to see.
I can't see the second floor, but I can see this open to below, further up. No.
Yeah, that's the start of the second floor.
Okay. Okay, so I should be like here.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not rushing. Gaston isn't rushing. He's being very stealthily, making sure the floorboards aren't creaking.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
13.
All right, so let me just read to you what you see. A hallway with a window at each end wraps around the staircase railing. Framed portraits and mirrors festoon the walls, surrounding you with judging looks and dark reflections. All right. Where are you headed?
So I go up here. All the doors are closed.
The doors seem to be closed. There's another hallway directly down. According to the maid, she wanted to go all the way across the hallway and then take another right.
So I'm going to go all the way across the hallway. Is this the door to Victor's?
Down the hallway again is where she pointed out.
Okay,
up,
okay.
up.
I feel like I don't fit through here. I'm so fat.
Oh, I think it didn't really allow. There's the door there.
Okay. I'm gonna stop by the door and I'm going to try to listen in, see if there's anyone on the other side. Am I breaking into this person's house while he's in the room? Pretty much.
Pretty much. Um, Sorry, I'm just pulling up the descriptions to read. Okay.
And he's gonna use his guidance on this perception.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I accidentally read Stella's room in the area of Wachter House. Give me a moment.
The maid give me false
This changes
directions.
things. Yep, she's Strahd in disguise. You got her.
Oh God.
Where? Okay. Okay. Pardon me. That's not where you're supposed to go.
Okay.
Yeah, she can. She told you to, instead of taking a right here, just go up the staircase that is revealed right here into the attic
Okay.
and into. Sorry.
Up to the attic. Okay, I go.
Yep. And it eventually brings you to a uh, room up here, just cluttered with junk. And on the other end, she told you to go on the other end of here to the place where Victor Velikovich, who's the son of the burgomaster, tends to stay.
With that information, I'll make sure I'll check if anyone's in that room.
Nobody seems to be in Area S, but you're certainly free to make a perception check. Try to listen in Area T.
I don't see T.
Do you not? It is up,
I
up,
don't
up
I
and
don't see
away.
the bottom tip of myself.
Never mind. I was going to make a joke, but
Oh, I'm
I
on the wrong
showed
map.
him where it was.
yeah. All right. So
So I'm here,
yep.
and then is S where Stella is supposed to be, or is that another room?
Uh, he said Stella is usually with her husband in Area T, or in the upper attic workroom. Let me just see. I'm trying to pull something up. Sorry about that. All right. So with that, go ahead and make a perception check if you want to listen in outside the door. But unless you want to barge in, that's fine with me.
Floor perception.
Yep. Doesn't seem to be much noise.
I'm not supposed to be with guidance, but I mean, like this guy's.
Oh, sure.
They're in the middle of the.
Oh God! Oh God! 5.
That is a game changer right there. Let's see. Yep. Barging into the room, you see a uh, someone has carved a large skull into the door before it. Hanging from the doorknob is a wooden sign that reads, "All is not well." and Gaston can hear a young man's voice beyond.
Okay. I see there's a path here. I'm gonna tiptoe along the path.
What do you mean path?
There's like a like tracks here that so you
Oh,
don't
that is
step
just
on them.
that is just where stuff has been pushed out of the way.
Yeah.
But there's a voice coming from behind the door at Area T.
Wait. Okay. So I started here.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So I started here. I tiptoe along the path.
nothing of much interest in Area S.
And then I'm gonna listen in on this conversation over here.
It doesn't seem to be less of a conversation more than strange words being repeated. You can go ahead and make an Arcana check, but it's fairly clear. Spellcasting is occurring.
Okay. I don't feel the need to ask any more about that. How so? How good are these floorboards? Like, are they
They're radiating strong evil.
are they pretty sturdy at least?
They seem to be sturdy, yeah. They're a little bit creaky, but not anything too bad.
This door in front of me is it like a blast door or is there like an inch gap at the bottom at all?
You can probably to bend down enough.
I'm gonna do that and peek in.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Gaston is very perceptive. Evidently so. Another
Really?
4.
Ooh.
Can't really make out anything beyond the shuffle of boots.
How many pairs of boots? Do I know that with the 4?
Just one.
Okay. Gaston is going to draw his crossbows, or his singular crossbow, and yeah, he's gonna. Do I recognize the voice?
Not really. Doesn't seem to be something you've heard before.
He's gonna ready action command,
All right.
and when he goes in, he plans on using command and gonna use uh grovel,
All right.
and then he goes for it.
First thing I need you to do is make a dexterity saving throw.
Dirty 20. Oh, 16. I double clicked it.
Gaston, you take 14 points of lightning damage as soon as you hit the handle, a jolt of electricity completely fries your hand. You feel your muscles tense as it races through your body. A glyph of warding has been triggered as you pushed open the store. Someone
15,
has
you
taken
said?
old 14, rounded down.
14. Okay.
Someone has taken old, mismatched furniture and created a study in this dusty, lamplit chamber. Tables are strewn with pieces of parchment on which strange diagrams are drawn, and a freestanding bookshelf holds a collection of bones. A dusty rag covers the floor in front of a pine box on which lounges a skeletal cat. Several more skeletal cats sulk about. They seem to be moving and animate, and they seem to be collected over a figure seated in a chair. A young girl, uh, probably just near her 20s, with a very sort of not necessarily a bored look, but a look without any spark behind it, just dull look staring, and has her hands kind of slowly move over these skeletal cats. Um, In the center of the room, perched on a stool, is a thin young man with a premature streak of gray in his dark hair. He cradles an open-bound leather book in his arms, and he immediately stops the incantation he was attempting to chant. There seems to be a powder of some material on the floor in a circle around him. And the young man screams of an entitled teenager. He seems young. He has a look of brat on his face. He seems very snobbish. He's dressed in attire too formal for him. And he looks down at Gaston after the moment of surprise passes. You were readying a
Command.
as you cast the spell, you see Victor Valakovich, his hands twist an incantation in the air as he counterspells it. And he says, what the fuck? Who are you? Get out of here. I'm not going to ask you twice.
I draw the crossbow and say, lower the book.
Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? Get out. I'm not. Is it father sending people after me again to see what I'm up to? I told him already I killed and vaporized the last people he sent. I'm not going to tolerate it again, and I will kill him next. So get
Wait.
out of here, please.
Wait, you hate your father?
Who doesn't?
Oh, then we are friends. I am sorry. He's gonna stow his crossbow. And is there a place to sit down?
He looks extremely confused.
I sit on a table, probably on something important, and he goes, "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Giston the Swift. I've come to save the day."
So he seems to start. If he looks extremely confused. There's no idea what happened and who this person who barged in is.
Gaston removes a glove. He's gonna cast lay on hands to heal himself up to maximum.
So you are someone. I'm sorry. Why are you here? What have you come up to point a crossbow in my face at me for?
Well, it seems that your father has held Stella here.
Yes, she is the woman who is sitting pleasantly at her seat, covered in skeletal animated cats.
And it seems your father, I presume your father, has kept Stella here hostage, and I have come to save the two of you.
Oh no, and he seems quite arrogant. Oh no, I'm focused on my studies. I'm quite smarter than any of them. I actually just go through some magic books, and I've, if I can say for myself, taken to them quite kindly. I didn't want to get involved in any of the how do I say politics in this place. I just wish to figure out the way out of this miserable place. I've been focusing on teleportation circles recently, though I don't expect someone like you to possess the amount of intellect necessary to understand them. So I, how would I, repurposed Stella's mind to fit my needs. That is how I would say. She's quite a good subject for experiments.
How much for the girl?
Mm, you'd have to pay me enough money to outbid the amusement I will see if I order my father to chop your head off.
What about chopping your father's head off?
And you see, that I dislike him, but he is useful to me. He buys me what I need to cast my spells. So I ask you again, you are interrupting valuable research. I expect you to get out of here, please.
Um, Also, during when he was talking about teleportation, a fly visibly flies in Gaston's one ear, then out the other. Because he didn't understand any of that teleportation stuff. How about this? You wish to escape from here? I can easily offer you that service. Me and my band were just about to go away, and could easily smuggle you out, say for the price of Zigul.
No, I'm too comfortable here. So
But but you wish to escape, the?
Yes, and I'm more than capable of it myself, which is more time. So I politely ask you to leave my room, never come back. I'd also like Gaston to roll a perception check.
5. We're moving up in the world,
Oh,
guys.
Gaston.
Oh, man.
Hmm. Right, right. Yeah, Gaston can see that fluttered around the disorganized pages in this room. There are quite a few diary notes and just things that have been neglected in favor of the book Victor is holding. Um, and he just really flips his hand and sits down and says, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you. Just get out of here. Is that okay with you? Don't bother him again. I don't want to kill you. I mean, I would like to kill you, but that would present issues." During this entire time, still has not moved or said anything.
Gaston is totally intimidated of this guy because I've never seen counterspell before, and he's like, "Wow, that's pretty good magic. I'm kind of scared of you."
I'm
Uh,
glad you are. You should be. You're more useful when you're scared, so please, by all means, be scared of me, that is. He sits straighter and seems pleased with himself.
yes, you are a very magnificent caster. I'm a fan of the arts. I've never seen such greatness in my whole entire life.
Good. Your praising was better when it was genuine. I'm more tempted to kill you now, so can you just get out? Don't make me beg. I don't like begging.
I allow me to ask one final time. What
Sure.
could I have offered to have this girl freed? Even if it is someone else, this girl is particularly valuable to me. I admit.
He gives a moment to pause and think, and rather ostentatiously taps his chin. Um, you could give me a few commoners and rabble off the streets, cleaned up a bit. Deliver them to me in chains and put them in the attic somewhere. They won't live long enough to need water or food.
I could think of one bastard in particular. I'm sure I can find a few others.
Excellent. I'll be waiting.
Good. Meanwhile, what are these over here? Windows
Yeah,
or?
those are windows, and they're. Go ahead and make me another perception check, Gaston.
Hey!
Hey.
Yeah. You see some papers. You see excerpts from a diary. Um,
Any particularly interesting sentences?
yeah, I'll post some of them. Gaston may read. And the most recent one, uh, she says, is uh, he seems already glancing at his spellbook and continuing reading.
Very well. I trust it shouldn't take long for me to deliver the individuals, but for now, is Stella tied up at all, or is she just sitting?
No, she's just sitting there.
Gaston takes Stella by the hand. He opens one of the windows, looks around, make sure there's no guards at the bottom.
As he approaches Stella, he puts out a hand and says, I warn you, my friend. You will die if you attempt to let this little secret go now. I don't
Oh,
recommend it.
I assure you, I will die. One way or another. If anyone found out, you. I assure you, this pisses off many people.
Yes, I meant I would kill you if you touch her, okay? Do you not does that do you understand does that permeate in your thick mind? Oh, I would kill her too before you could take her away. I'm not opposed to that. He seems to be very happy with how evil he claims to be. Seems to be relishing in it.
I thought we had a deal. I take the girl, and then I shall bring you more people.
No, you take her when you bring more people to me. Okay?
I don't. I do not plan on taking. Hold on, hold on. Let's stop right here. She is her own woman. I would not do such a thing to
No,
her.
she is not her own woman. She is mine. Or at least she was mine when she was a person.
Oh,
No, she
I did
just
not
is.
plan on making her mine either. This is a total misunderstanding, my friend.
This you wouldn't want someone to take a prized object from you, correct? Is that something you understand?
Only if they promise to give something in return, which I have.
Correct, and you need to bring it to me before I give it to you. I'm afraid you're not in the position of bargaining, and you see a glint of danger, dangerous irritation in his eyes. You see some sparks gather in his hands. That unless you wish to die right here, then I suggest you get out, consider a bargain, and bring some people, and then only consider whether or not you can have Stella back.
Can I do
Right?
an Acrona check as to what spell?
Yep. Sure.
3.
No, but the room temperature in this room dropped significantly. And I mean that quite literally. Sheer cold seems to start gathering on his hands.
Yeah, Gaston notices this, and he
Jumps out of there.
he does like a bow. It's like, oh, okay, I understand. People first, then the girl. Okay, I understand. As he inches towards the window. As for guards earlier, any guards?
There don't seem to be too many guards in his mansion. There are some guards generally here or there, but they're easy enough to slip by. They're not really paying too much attention.
Okay, so no checks. Then he,
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
oh my god. Okay, 15.
Yep, you go by unnoticed
All right, yep.
and
Wait.
exit the mansion.
I go out the window. Yeah,
You go out the window.
yeah.
You take 10 points of falling damage, as it is 20 foot high.
I heal myself for 8, and I'm out of lay on hands.
Congratulations. All right. In a breathtaking maneuver, Gaston flips open a window and tumbles directly out of the burgomaster's mansion, as I presume the rest of the party is heading there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so you guys watch. You walk to the burgomaster's mansion, and you hear the sound of a window opening, and you see Gaston flying out and crumpling to the
Oh my
ground.
god.
Is it not only the second story?
So the stories intertwine. You're
Okay.
back as a party.
All right, I wave graciously at my comrades.
I suppose they don't call you the Swift for nothing.
Yeah. Are you all right?
His arm is visibly broken. I was like, oh, that'll be fun. He kisses it, and it just okay. That was a bad one. Okay, we're good now. Uh, okay. Well, on the bright side, I met Stella.
What?
Oh
What?
yeah, Stella is up there. Geez, words. Gee, her memories have been altered. I got that much. It was reversible. I met also with the Baron's son. The Baron has apparently had tried to kill the son a few times, but the Baron's son is a very cool man. Cruel. I said cruel. Yes. Um, kind of a long story. But yes, Stella is alive. Can confirm.
Live, but
She
wha-
she did not seem conscious. She's appears
yeah.
to be under a similar affliction as the Baroness. What have you guys been up to?
What?
Uh,
Did you get your papers back, Gaston?
What papers?
Yeah.
Oh, those papers. Oh, they're signed. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
It's not just there smiling.
See Irina's scowl at the mention of some affliction being put on her. Seems to be probably a personal story to her with her relationship with Strahd. She does not like that. Probably reminds her of her own self.
So you met with this Wachter. Did they seem like a viable candidate?
I thought she seemed just fine, but I think the others here beg to differ.
The alternative seems to be letting this whole place burn into flames. I can think of only one other option.
Being?
The Barovia. He looks towards his companion and trainee. Uh, the only one with the blood enough to rule is the burgomaster of Barovia, or the place where he came from, Barovia, right? It's all called
Yep.
Barovia. Yeah.
Yep. The village of Ravia. Yep.
If we brought him in here and he were to lord over it, combining the cities, it would. I understand there aren't too many people in Barovia that would be displaced, and he is a very good and fine ruler. From what I understand, just in a poor predicament.
You mean my brother is Mark?
We.
She pauses for thought. If anything, it would be best to bring the Barovians in that village over here. It is further away from Castle Ravenloft and Stradreach. The place is also much nicer to live in. It is larger and has more amenities. I do appreciate the concern, but not many people respect my brother or my own self.
And
They
Wachter
have
was keen to note that half the town is vacant at the time. That is, Gaston, that's a bold idea, but I don't think it's out of the question.
Gaston's just there smiling.
Nomi seems kind of annoyed that Gaston had a good idea.
It would involve us, of course, modeling the Baron and all those associated with his cruelness, as well as Wachter himself. But I see no reason why simple decapitations could not occur for the betterment.
I suppose it really comes down to whether Wachter thinks that she's really the best fit for a ruler, or if she just wants to see the Baron gone. Because we could work with her for a time, follow through with her plans. If she's right about the she told us about a reformation center, something she figures is akin to a torture chamber. if that's enough to pull the current baron off of his seat, there's a vacancy to be filled at that point. We can cross that bridge when we get there.
You're saying talk to Wachter, see if she's willing to support her brother's my trainees, her brother's right to rule.
Perhaps just follow through with her wishes until we get a little farther down the road, so that should she disagree with our opinions, we can cross that bridge a bit later after we have her aid.
Oh, double crossing! Ah, very beautiful.
Something like that, yeah.
Until then, the matter of the bones should. Oh! I also met a very handsome man. Very beautiful skin, such as yourself. They're fair. Does he know not his name?
Does he remember?
No. He serves technically at Natia. I'm just like very similar skin as yourself. Beautiful sword and everything. He told me where we could find equipment suitable for our needs.
Natia would raise her eyebrow, intrigued that there'd be another elf such as herself. Look a little cautious, but more intrigued than cautious, and nod towards Gaston and say, well, I would be very interested in seeing where this encampment is and following on the lead that you were able to obtain.
I vote the encampment first. We need gear.
Natia would nod and get a little closer to Gaston, as if saying that she was very much ready to get on with it.
All right, where are you headed?
To the encampment.
All right, so the few of you, church, you head to your right, and you continue walking. You pass St. Andrew's Church, and you hear the sound of a shovel being repeatedly thrust into the ground. You see, through the rain, you see the frame, like the large bulking frame of Milovaj, um, bearing something, and his back straightens and he wipes his brow as you walk by, and he seems about to say something, but um, stops himself at the last moment and turns around and continues working. Um, unless you decide to speak with him, the group of you continue on, and you head technically outside the city's gate. You pass by uh, a small group of cluster of abandoned buildings outside of the walls that have been erected. They seem to be probably abandoned since long ago. The wall seems to be a little bit newer, and probably these buildings were abandoned by the people who lived in them for safer alternatives. Um, the group of you, the one exception is a tiny hovel with wooden walls and what seems to be like an almost dirt and thatch roof, or vines climbing up through it, and scrawled in messy handwriting atop it is the name Jenny's Shack. Uh, Claims to be an apothecary in the title, but unless it interests you, you pass along. At some point or another, you turn left and you would you pass through a small cluster of forests and typical of elves. It's situated within an environment that's a little closer to nature. I'm going to pull up the map in a second. I did not have it imported yet, but I will in a moment. Let's see.
Did we already go to the stockyard? I don't think so.
You passed by it on your way. That's where the Rictavio's wagon you assume it to be is parked.
I'll also mention to the group something about the stockyard is another option if we can't find what we need here.
Okay.
Well, at least pulling it up. Did you guys like the Gaston thing that happened there, or am I being a bit much?
Just you sneaking around the manor, or
Yeah, yeah.
that
No,
was
I thought that was
great.
cool. I thought that was cool.
Thanks.
Look right in.
When I saw the 29 damage rolled on that glyph of warding, I was thinking, oh god, this thing's gonna die.
If I took that, I would have been
That would
down
be
to 3
hilarious.
HP.
My
Uh,
goodness.
yeah, he could have died there.
Yeah, I don't recommend doing it again, but all things
But it
considered,
was worth
it
it.
went pretty well.
But it was
He was about to cast a cone of cold on you.
Oh God.
Oh gosh, I would not survive that.
Maybe a tad less reckless, eh?
Gaston, the reckless.
If
Hopefully,
if Gaston would have gone with the group, the group would have probably gotten caught.
probably would have survived the cone of cold too.
No, we all would have died the cold
Yeah, but
cone.
I hope Gaston realizes that being reckless might not be the best policy in Barovia. But anyways,
I thought it was
He's
a
too lovable to get killed.
They never kill off
don't
the fan favorite characters. The comedic relief never dies.
don't
Yeah,
tempt that.
exactly.
The woods part to reveal an expansive clearing, a small grass-covered hill with low houses built into its sides. Fog obscures the details, but you can see that these buildings feature elegantly carved woodwork and have decorative lanterns hanging from their sculpted eaves atop the hill. Above the fog is a ring of barrel-topped wagons that surround a large tent with a column of smoke pouring out through a hole in its top. The tent is brightly lit from within. Even from the distance, you can smell the odors of wine and horses that emanate from this central area. Boop. Okay. Yep, there seem to be a cluster of hovels around. There's a Vistani camp in the center. Seems to be the most inviting place.
Remind me again why you were visiting the Vistani.
I did not realize it was the Bastani. I just was told here we could find tools that we need for the slaying of the werewolves.
Ah, yeah, silver and the like would be nice. I just suggest we be careful around these folks.
Yeah.
Question. So after casting guidance, is there like a lingering effect?
It's a 1 minute duration, so you'd have to recast it.
No, I'm saying during that 1 minute after I'm casting it, do I glow at all, or is it
No.
okay? So it's not detectable unless actively detecting for it.
Unless someone's detecting magic and detecting the spells on you, yeah?
All right.
Alright, so, good.
Approaching it, I'm gonna guidance Nomi.
Where are you approaching?
I don't know. Probably the trail.
The trail? Alright. Group of you decide to walk up the trail and up the hill. It's a little bit of a challenge since it's raining and the mud is slippery, but eventually you get to it. Piled outside the wagon are several empty casks of wine. From inside the tent comes the crack of a whip, followed by the howls of a young man. 3 sputtering campfires fill a tent with smoke, and through the haze you see 6 Vistani passed out into various places on the dead grass. Da-da-da-da. A barely conscious and shirtless teenager hugs the central tent pole, his wrists bound with rope and his back streaked with blood. An older, large man in studded leather armor lashes the young man with a horsewhip, causing him to scream again. Standing the bigger man's shadow is a third man, also clad in studded leather. Easy, brother, he says to the whip-wielding brute. I think Alexei has learned his lesson. The 2 people you see are da-da-da-da. Luvash and another man. The one that spoke seems to be the smaller of the 2, thin and wiry. He's clad in studded leather, and he wields a very self-confident expression on his goateed face. The other, the larger one, seems to be a brute, both in actions and the way he carries himself, and the look on his face and his sneer. And they both give you glances as you look in, and the thinner man laying down just holds up a fist, and Aragal halts, lowers his arm as he was about to raise for a swing. And without even standing up, the man with long hair, his sort of beady dark eyes, gives smiling and he gives a sort of curved smile as he glances at the party and holds in silence for a moment, and he just says, "Welcome, welcome. How can I help you these days? Have you come to drink? Have you come to do what adventurers do?"
Nobody's just gonna blush.
Gaston, with a very serious look on his face, goes, "We have come for tools of killing werewolves. We are told that you might be able to help us."
Well, there are quite a number of ways of killing a werewolf, and the man motions, and Lash continues to whip the young teenager. And the man just fixes his eyes on each party member individually and doesn't make any real expressions. Besides, beyond his friendly, probably overly friendly face, it's difficult to tell what he's thinking. Almost impossible. He's a very difficult man to read, and very clearly practiced in it. And he just says, "I am Argal. I am the one who oversees this camp of Vistani. I wonder, what brings you here? I understand that Sengal, one of the Dusk Elves I've been charged with keeping an eye over, makes some of the best weapons. I've used them to great extent," and his eyes fix on Natia. "His weapons cut quite well."
Where could we find him?
"He's in one of the tents. Ask one of the Dusk Elves around. I don't remember which one."
Gaston heads straight there.
"Very
Check will
well."
follow.
Natia would look at Aragol with a look that the party hasn't ever seen before, with pure rage and sadness, looking like she would want to rush forward and cut his throat right there, but instead doesn't, seeming to think that the area was too crowded and would be too dangerous. But making it very, very well known if anyone looked at her that she very much would want Aragorn dead.
Gaston would have also like been gripping his rapiers tightly.
Kodak would have had his fist clenched, and you can see a bit of black sludge going down his arm, but he's trying to hide it.
Mhm.
Well, there's no need to come to arms. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Aragorn doesn't look like a Vistani, right?
Oh, these are clearly Vistani.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming you've come to see another dust elves that are remaining.
This is Aragorn still?
Yep. Just directing the question to the general party.
We already walked away from him, I think.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry about that. Okay, so you
yeah.
head out of the tent with Aragal's beady gaze watching you as you go by and return out to the rain. What are you doing then?
Um, Gaston goes up to the first person he sees, and
Out of
asks,
out of each of the little hovels set up outside in the ring that is being overseen by the Vistani, there seem to be one or two dusk elves standing there in the rain, probably keeping guard. They seem to be carrying just halberds in their hand and just standing there, kind of like shadows, just there, not doing much.
he goes up to the first person that's closest to him and asks, like, where can I find weapons here?
If you're interested in weapons, then Sun Gauze is probably the best.
Uh,
And the dust. You see the dusk elf. His face is almost sad in a way. They all seem to be quite aged in some sort of way, and all seem to be male. Um,
Hmm.
and he points in the direction of da, 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 this one right here. Wait, no, that
B.
is Sengal's Hall.
Oh, they're all B.
yeah. Gaston goes straight for that one at a kind of a quickened pace.
Right,
Yeah,
the rest
Kodak is right behind him.
do the rest of you follow? All right. Um. Okay, so it isn't. Nothing marks it as a shop that sells weapons, but as soon as you enter, there's an array of crossbows and arrows and very intricately carved longbows. Um, many of these seem to be very artisanal in quality, and great pride has been put into each one. But there's a dusk elf with a sort of scalpel in hand and a bow in the other, and he's carving something on it. He doesn't glance up as you enter, but he briefly turns his head in your direction and seems to be listening. Doesn't say anything.
Gaston's gonna try to find. He's gonna lift his medallion and see if his medallion shakes at any pairs of rapiers.
There are one or two rapiers. They don't seem to be as high quality of the elves. Bows, pardon me. It seems. Um, the at least the creation or whoever owns this shop is more fond of creating bows, but there are rapiers and daggers. There isn't much in the way of swords, but more finesse and agile weapons seem to be his forte. And as you approach, he says, "Are you interested in the weapon?
Yes, we're about to have a bit of a war on our hands, and we need to prepare.
What are you fighting?"
Werewolves, monsters in a like says monsters in like a weird way.
Your definition of a monster, I can guarantee, is different than mine. How much are you willing to pay for this rapier? I assume you're picking up.
An arm and a leg.
How about your ears?
I don't see why I need them.
Doubt you're the kind of person who listens anyway. He puts down the bow and fixes you all with a look and says, my prices are known. My weapons are coated in silver. If you are unable to purchase one of the bows, I do have rubbing a silver powder that will cover a blade for 1 minute and make it be able to penetrate some of the more dangerous creatures in this realm's hides. I also have individual arrow bolts and arrow fletches that will cause ranged attacks to be particularly effective against werewolves and the kind of creature that is vulnerable to silver. Let me know what you are interested in.
How many
And
silvered crossbow bolts?
I have quite a few. Um, and he points to an array right next to the bows. There seem to be row after row of carved arrows with silver inlaid in the either bolt head for crossbows or spearhead for the arrows.
How much for, say, 10 of those?
10 of those. Uh, Here's the link, and the prices are uh, there.
He slides his whole magazine over to me. Catalog.
As Gaston looks at these, do you have anything better?
Define better.
Anything magical? Anything that you might not sell to your usual customer?
What makes you any different than the usual customer?
Nothing.
And I will not sell anything of my special make to you. His eyes linger on Natia for a moment, and he seems briefly confused.
Oh, this is, by the way, I have not purchased the Player's Handbook in D&D Beyond.
Oh,
Natia would walk towards him and make a point to fully pull down her hood so he could see everything that what she was, and say, um, very solemnly and clearly still angry and on edge from the earlier events, and say, "Anything for someone like me?"
he slowly puts down his bow and flattens his palms on the table and seems to be pensive for a moment, and he thinks, talk to Kasimir. We have greater enemies. He slips into Elvish. Why are you here? What twist of fate brought you to this place?
Natia would respond back in Elvish and say, "I'm here looking for my father. He has been taken from me, and my enemies are everywhere. First, I need to find this man that you spoke of, who's supposedly able to help me. Also, is there anything that you could tell me about Aragol and when he might be more alone in this encampment?"
Casimir is two hovels over to the left. He will be very interested in speaking with you. Um, he frowns. What is your father's name? I may know him.
His name is Xandros Fithar.
Yeah, he gives a slow nod. My father spoke of him in the old kingdom of Ioe. Unfortunately, he died too. He died while trying to resist the traitor, and I've only heard passing stories about him, but I heard he was a good man. I've also heard that Xandros has been sighted in this place on occasion for the past several years, creeping to and from the woods. Something about him seems changed, reserved, not speak with us often. He expresses that he wishes to, but he says he has a different duty he has been forced into. And we respect that. We're not the ones who run things around here. That would be Aragal. Us Duskelves, we have no power anymore. We are a broken people simply attempting to survive and live out the rest of our lives. We know there's no future for us. But Strahd felt it fit to put Aragal in charge of us and watching over us for our own protection, of course, just in case we decide to do anything to oppose him. We would not like to hear how many people he has gutted in front of us, so we listen to him. As for when he can be found alone, he shakes his head. Aragal is a dangerous man, and well, he is not the most dangerous man to us. I do not advise earning his ire.
Natia would nod and briefly put her hand on his as if regarding a long lost brother and state to him, perhaps in foolish confidence, but almost as if she needed to get it out and state, Aragal killed my mother, and I swear that I will make him pay. I will find my father, and I will make that sniffling coward Rahadan pay for what he's done to us and our people. I promise.
His eyes seem kind of somber and sad for a moment, and he says, in that case, if you show us, or if Kasimir tells us that there is some potential hope for us, then you will have these silvered weapons at your disposal. And he turns back into common and addresses the rest. Take what you want.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
sad.
None of you, none of you beside, no, I'm not going to spoil anything, never mind.
I'll kind of try to lock eyes with him for a moment to make sure that he's serious, but I will happily take some silver crossbow bolts because some googling discovered that 10 would be about 100 gold, which is much more than I have.
Are you
In
gonna
the,
track ammo?
okay, so I'm going to, in the original module, it says all prices listed are 5 times the price of the player's handbook. And I'm
Ouch.
like, there's not enough gold in Barovia
And
itself.
Oh,
all of
yeah.
Barovia. The player's
But
handbook is
yeah,
already so expensive. That's a lot of
but
gold.
yeah, Sun God just gives the rest of you a solemn nod and he says, hey, this is not often that I say this, but um, I would be willing to lay down my life if it meant the survival of you, Natia. And that would go for many of the Dusk Elves around here. You represent something that brings us fear, but strange to see. You have Aragal is not the one I would worry about for now. I'm sure you know who to fear.
I do know who to fear, and I know that regardless of our people being here, the Vistani are here as well, which is why I didn't attack him. But I swear one way or another he will pay. And I thank you for your information. And please stay strong because there's not many of us left.
When the time comes, you will have the aid of all the desk elves in Barovia. I will see to that. Kasimir will. We have nothing else left to live for. If there's any help I can provide, then please let me know. Until then, you and your friends, arm yourself with whatever weapons you have. But pray that you will not need to draw them because his voice weeps with bitterness. I made Erhaden's blade, and I regret it ever since. So I have the real reason I do not dabble in infusing the arcane into my weapons is because I fear it will fall into hands like Erhaden's. I blame myself partly for the blood that has been shed. But mundane silvered weapons, feel free to take them.
Gaston,
Natia would regard him in Elvish and say, "Thank you, my friend," and take his one hand with both of hers and gently squeeze it reassuringly, and thank him again and pull back.
He gives a nod and watches you with kind of dull, sad eyes as you, I presume, take as many weapons as you want. Makes no motion to interfere.
Gaston seeing biting his lip very hard, trying to hold back feelings and emotions while grabbing 2 rapiers and some silvered crossbow bolts. And he goes over to the shopkeep and gives him 25 gold. And he's like, you said we don't have to pay, but I cannot do that to you. You are a very prestigious man with great skills. And even though sometimes, and I know this myself, with great skills comes great, well, what is the word? And he totally just blanks.
He grabs the gold and immediately hands it back and says, I accept the gold and then I donate this to you because I wish for you to outfit yourself with anything that I am capable of providing. Keep her alive, will you?
He looks him dead in the eyes like, you have my oath.
So did he. So did he.
Gaston looks around, just kind of like, crap. And looks towards Natia and is just tells himself, I will not kill Natia.
Natia would appear solemn and distant and even worse for wear emotionally, but keep her head up nonetheless, but seem very eager to just get what we needed, and so she could go to the hovel to see Kasimir.
And Gaston goes up to the shotgun last times like, we are both men of particularly brilliant skill. Sometimes plans and things go awry, but there is still hope in the world, as you can see. Please don't make this mistake I made and limit yourself in this world. There is still much to be done.
You're correct, there is still much to be done, and I have. He pauses to think. There is much that has not been done yet that I do seek to live long enough to see to fruition. There are people that need killed and traitors that need punishing. I hope if you are a man of honor, as you say, then you will at least be bear witness to the death of Rahadan. But
Gaston smirks with like grit in his teeth, and he's like, indeed, you speak the truth.
You do not know what he has done. Do not underestimate Rahadam. You do not know how much he has killed and how many he has killed.
I shall choke him with every single ounce of blood that he has spilled, and he shall suffer for it.
You may try, and I hope you succeed. Sengal just nods his head and seems to go quiet in thought.
Godak will get a silver axe and still trying to hold back his anger. He walks up to the shopkeeper and just he'll just say, "We'll do our best to protect her. Thank you very much for your help."
I help those in need and those who can do something about the state we live in. You do not
Godak
need to
will,
thank me, and I do not ask for it. I simply hope you use what I have given to you to a good measure.
Godak will give him a nod, and when he turns around, he'll notice that there's a black like line going down his arm, and it's slowly going towards his wrist as he walks out.
The group of you exit Sungal's hovel and step back into the rain. Kasimir's hovel is area A on the map that is down and to rotations clockwise from Sungal's.
Would there have been like a silver poi that I could get?
Poise might be an exotic weapon, but there are uh, 4 pouches of this silver powder that take an action to apply. And for the next minute, any weapon is counted as silvered, if you want to mark that down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gaston looks over and sees Nomi kind of be like, "There's nothing for me." He's like, "We shall take this to the priest, and he shall be able to make a sacrament. It will. I don't know if he will do it for free, but we could enchant them with the silver permanently."
Could I have taken one
Yeah.
pouch of the powder and 20 bolts?
Sure.
Radical.
Are you gonna keep track of ammo or?
For special ammo, yes, please. For regular ammo, no. But if it's something that it has an effect, then I would like to keep track of that. Yes.
Okay, so I guess I'll also take 20 silver crossbow bolts
Got it. Thank you.
since I didn't specify.
All right. After exiting, where are you headed?
Natia would walk very quickly in the direction of Casimir's hovel.
All right. It's not long of a walk, and soon enough you find yourselves in the southernmost hovel. Um, uh,
Gaston's gonna go up to Natia and ask kick ass first questions later, or how are we doing this?
Natia's eyebrows would furrow and she would shake her head quickly. Having seemed very reserved this entire time, obviously would begin to open up more as more things came to light and say, Madam Eva stated that this man Casimir would be able to help me find what and who I'm looking for. So I would appreciate it if you didn't attack him, at least not right away, depending on what happens. But I'm hoping that he can help me and point me in the right direction to why I came to this god awful place in the first place.
Understood.
I would, however, appreciate any help that you can provide.
Always.
She would nod her head in thanks and seem more than ready to enter his hovel.
All right, so standing quietly in front of Casimir's hovel, as we've been told, bathed in one of its lanterns, are three sullen, gray-cloaked figures that are hanging their features in black, flowing hair half hidden under their cowls. One of them holds a fist as you approach and speaks in a dull voice. Who goes there?
Natia would enter and her hood still down and say, hopefully a friend.
Their eyes widen as they cast a look at Natia, and they share glances, and they give just nods and step to the sides and allow you to enter. Just
That's spooky.
the
Very.
what?
The picture.
Oh, Kasimir Velikov? Yeah, he's fine. Um, the group of you uh, push into Casimir's hovel, and you see uh, a very small area decorated, a small vestibule decorated with wooden statues of different elven deities standing in cubby holes along one wall. A tapestry of a woven forest hangs on the opposite wall. There seem to be a small bookshelf with some spellcasting paraphernalia, but um, sitting in a chair, it's barely large enough to fit even all of you in this main room beyond the bedroom. There's a small table and a small armchair where a man is sitting with his face turned towards the fire and his back turns towards you. And as you enter, he waves a hand, and once everyone has entered, the door swings shut, and he slowly stands and turns around. You see um, average height, thin, uh, dusk elf with a cowl. It's probably weighted at the front, hanging just over his brow. Uh, um, a small leather coat and flowing robes that are inscribed with arcane sigils give a prominent look of a spellcaster. His skin is a dark shade of gray, and his hands seem to be nestled within some deep pockets of his robes. And he casts a quizzical look in the direction of all and speaks in a rather hoarse tone, unusual for an elf, and he says, "It is strange I did not predict your arrival. Eyes find Natia, and several calculations seem to go by behind his rather dark, intelligent-looking eyes. I see. That's all he said. Come, sit down. I don't have enough chairs for all of you, but enough to, I suppose, have a conversation."
Natia would quickly walk forward and take the seat closest to him.
Casimir gives a nod and reclines back in his armchair. I'm Kasimir Velikov, if you have not been told already. I Tell me your story, where you came from. You are unusual, for reasons I am sure you're more than capable of understanding.
Natia would speak and say, "My name is Natia. I am the product of one of the few born outside of this terrible place. My father was one of the few who was able to escape from Rahadan and everything that transpired, and I am the product of that. Uh, we lived as peacefully as we could outside of these lands until he was taken from me, and I had to come back. I don't believe that he would have wanted me to, but I couldn't have abandoned him, and I cannot lie and say that it's not a relief to see some of more of my people, that I've never had the advantage of having that experience outside of these lands. I was told by someone that you would be able to help me find him. I'm hoping that you can.
And your father's name is?
Zandros Vithar.
I knew him. He is here. I detected his presence at some point or another when he was spying on our own camp. I am a divinator, I am a caster, and I scried on him once or twice. He figured it out shortly, but I know him to be one of the 5 druids of Yesterhill. They work to their own mysterious ends, ones that I am not involved in. If you claim to have come here to find your father, then you must understand that you have condemned yourself to death, or killed the one who killed so many of ours.
Neltia would smile wryly and say, I know. And I knew if and when I find my father, he would be furious. But I have nothing and no one out there. And I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try. And I'd like to believe that there's a purpose beyond that of why I'm here. To not only find him, to potentially help my people, people like you, people in this encampment, and to bring down the fucking bastards that did this to us.
Kasimir gives a nod and stays silent for a moment. You are a true dust elf. Your father raised you right. That is neither here nor there. Your priority is to find your father, correct?
It is.
What has led you to me?
Natius would seem hesitant, but eventually relent and say, I and the rest of us here encountered a woman named Madame Eva who gave us choices of the questions we so desperately wanted answers to. And I chose to find my father. And she provided me with a description that matched yours, and here I am.
Pauses to think for a moment. Madame Eva is a powerful seer, and her prophets mean different things to different people. The way I interpret it is that it is, at least in my opinion, quite easy to find your father. The druids of Yesterhill are not a secret. Probably have met some of them at one point or another. They reside in Yesterhill, several hours south of Kresk. I imagine your father would be there, but Madame Eva's prophecies are never direct. While I am a divinator myself, I I'm experienced with reading omens and how they affect the world around me. I I believe there was another meaning to what Madame Eva directed you to me for. She would not have done that if she could have led you directly to him. So my best advice for you is that there is more to uncover about your father and what he is doing, and what has led him to join that decrepit group of witches and shamans known as the Druids of Yesterhill. Learn more about them, learn how to not necessarily defeat them, but figure out what motivates them. I'm capable of helping in that. You see, as he frowns, how much do your companions know of us, of the Duskers?
I believe very little, if nothing at all. Ananta would turn back to the rest of the party to see if they would say otherwise.
Gaston's being unusually silent.
How much do you trust them?
Natia would hesitate, knowing that they've been a help. It's thus far, not wanting to speak unwisely, but state the facts, which is, I wouldn't say trust, as I haven't known them for long, but they have aided me. They have stood by my side and protected me, and I hope that they feel the same. I'm grateful for the assistance that they have provided. I cannot say that what you said is true, but perhaps one day it will be, but I cannot stray from why I've come here in the first place.
Kasimir gives a slow nod and glances towards the rest of the party. I am not fond of repeating myself, and I find it difficult, as you can probably tell by my voice. So I recommend you listen. And he casts a spell in a rather beautiful language. The Elven spell casting is known to be renowned for its musicalness. He weaves a spell in the air and casts a major illusion in the center of the room around the fireplace. And shadowy images and wisps of smoke gather to form and paint a picture of the story he is telling. Long ago, before Strahd conquered this realm, it was formerly the kingdom of Ioe, owned by the Dusk Elves and the proud king his name has been forgotten by the annals of time. I was one of them. I am old for an elf, as are any of the elves alive again. When Strahd came thundering in on his horses and wishing to find another area to add to his retinue of areas he has conquered, he was met with resistance from the mages and the swordsmen that the elves so prided themselves about. The image shows bleak scapes and triumphant elves beating down other uh, armies on a scene of war with wide evocation spells and fireballs and proud swordsmen that can cut apart men with ease. Issues arose when a man by the name of Rahadan challenged the king, and when a stalemate was reached between the kingdom of Ioe and Strahd, Rahadan argued that the kingdom of Ioe should fight back and take Strahd's realm for himself. The king disagreed and said that the elves had their own homes and destined area. But for that, Rahadan was kicked out after calling the king a weakling and a traitor. Rahadan did not take to that kindly and defected over to Strahd's side. In life, Rahadan was general for our armies. He knew how they worked, he knew how they fought, he knew their tactics, their strategies, and their locations. And all of that was now Strahd's knowledge. In a matter of months, Strahd came storming back in and conquered us for good. That is the end of the story of the kingdom of Ioe, but that is just where the story of Rahadan begins. Strahd, in that time, became a vampire for reasons that I am not quite sure about. I do not know how, and that is one of my primary interests of research, but he is not the focus of our story. The image shifts and shows a woman, judging by the facial features, casts a striking resemblance to Kasimir Velikov. Her name was Petrina Velikovna. She was my sister, an archmage and one of the primary combatants for the fallen kingdom of Ioe. Strahd took an interest in her. She was one of many. We knew it would not be anything different, but Petrina, she was always, though intelligent, quite foolish in the realms of Strahd. And she was seduced and had been bitten twice. To prevent her from this fate, he pauses for a second. It is worth mentioning before what I am going to say that when a vampire claims the soul and body of another, their soul does not depart. Their afterlife is consumed and twisted into a tortured being for hell of eternity, and even if that is killed, their soul simply ceases to exist. There is no salvation for it, and there is no future for it. There's only a lifetime of inevitable damnation that eventually results in the cease of a being. To prevent her from that fate, I ordered Petrine to be stoned to death and executed. And it's something I regret ever since. Strahd was so irritated with the destruction of one of his playthings that he gave an order to his chamberlain and general, Rahadan Betrayer, to dole out punishment as he saw fit. And so the scene changes, and you see the shadowy form of Gaston. You recognize this. The Rahadan wielding the sword, or the scimitar created by Sungal. There are lines after lines of kneeling women and children bound at the wrists, and surrounding them are any of the dusk elves that you recognize in this hovel. And you see Rahadan lift his scimitar and one by one execute all of them. None of the ones who fought could prevail against Rahadan. His scimitar butchered without relent, without thought on who he killed. All of our females died. The rest of us were left to watch their own mistakes. To watch as the rivers ran red. That was the day the mists crept onto the Strand. That is why it is cursed. Strahd and Rahadan have done what they did, and condemned us all to inevitable death without future. Kasimir waves his hand and the illusion dissipates. That is the story of the Dusk Elves and the story of the broken people we have become. Strahd, Rahadan has always been and always will be loyal to Strahd for what he has done. Something I cannot understand. But since then, the Dusk Elves have elected me as their de facto leader. and most powerful mage among them. Kasimir pulls back his hood and tugs down the front of his shirt to see where elven ears should be. They're just masses of scars, and along his throat there's a line of red, a red scar that drags across it. And I had them cut off my ears and severed my throat as punishment for what I did. He lets me live, though, as further punishment, as I can tell. Some of the clerics offered to restore my voice to what it was, but I made a pledge not to resort to that punishment until the source has been killed. Rahaden is my enemy and the enemy of my people. We have been powerless to act upon it, however. And so we sit, watching the days pass until our inevitable demise as a race. You see, not many of the Rascalus have the ability or powers that I do. I myself have been acting upon my own abilities to the best of my extent. I am a divinator, and I have received images of my sister Katrina Velikovna. She may have been killed, but Strahd, for one reason or another, kept her soul alive, and she speaks to me in dreams and visions. I hear her torments for being sealed in the catacombs under Castle Ravenloft. My goal currently to slay Rahaden, rescue my sister from her torments, be it by killing her or resurrecting her, and to give out vengeance to the man who killed everyone I loved. He takes a moment to breathe. I am a scientist and I am a mage. I approach problems analytically. It is that the best way to defeat Strahd is to understand Strahd and figure out where he came from. There is a place in the Gakis Mountains, south of Kresk and south of Valaki, by the Tsorenka Pass known as the Amber Temple. It is rumored that is where Strahd visited as immortal and emerged as a vampire. I have done my expeditions there on my lonesome, but it has been too dangerous for me to risk my life entering. That is my current goal, and that is my area of study, but that may change with the presence of a female dusk elf. Kasimir frowns and pauses. I do not mean to shoulder you with a burden you are not capable of standing. But Ionate, you are, I suppose, a symbol of change, the first sign of hope we have had in many, many years. Nearly 600. I can say with full confidence that I myself, and all of the few dusk elves remaining, that we will aid you however we can. And that is why I assume Adamiva led you to me.
Natia would nod solemnly and say, "You're one of the few remaining like my father that understand and have seen the full extent of everything that's transpired, and have felt the full extent of its sorrow and its grief. And I'll do what I can to aid you as well. And like I said, I like to believe that I have a greater purpose than finding my father, and to do what I can here. But I do have enemies here as well, and so I cannot stay for long, as I'm sure you well know.
All too well. Abigail has been tasked by Strahd to watch over me and all the other dusk elves, meaning the others you see here. That is all that is all that is left of the kingdom of Io, at least in the realm of Barovia. Barely 3 dozen dusk elf men. He speaks with bitterness. The extent of aid I am able to provide is limited, but if you find yourselves headed for the Amber Temple, as I recommend you do, call upon my aid. If you find yourselves hunting down Strahd and have reasonable chances of succeeding, my spells will be at your side. And if you manage to capture and corner that Erigal, there are very few people I will take pleasure in taking the life of, but he is one of them. That is all I can do, and that is all I can do without risking outing my own activities to Erigal and Strahd. They do not know that I'm researching the Amber Temple and what Strahd actually is. And it is imperative that it is kept that way. I take it he glances at the weapons you're carrying. I take it Sengal has already done what I would have commanded him to anyway.
Natia would boldly walk forward and firmly grasp his hands in a hopefully comforting but firm way and look into his eyes and say, I will make them all pay, and I will avenge our people and help them as much as I can if it's the last thing I do. I promise.
And I will say the same thing.
And she would squeeze his hands as reassuringly as she could, knowing that it wouldn't ease all the pain he endured, but hoping it would help even in the smallest amount, and thank him and pull back.
Your thanks are appreciated, but I would prefer your energy and comforting be spent on yourself. You are more important, perhaps, than I am. Keep yourself alive and continue to move forward.
Kasimir, I do got 2 questions for you.
More than willing to answer any ally of my ally.
The first, just to clarify, Strahd had dominion over this realm before he was a vampire.
Dominion is a difficult way to put it. He was a king, a ruler, and a general before he became a vampire and he established control over this realm. It was only when he became a vampire did the mists lock any traveler from exiting. And
Very
it
well.
has left this place in isolation since.
I see. And the second question pertaining to the Amber Temple. Strahd is a vampire now. Does it really matter why or how? What reason do we have to go there before going to Strahd himself?
It is not easy to become a vampire. The Amber Temple, from what I have done my research on, is a place where great evil is kept, and where one may speak with the, as they are called, dark powers lording over this place. This is not a realm of gods. This is where gods fear to tread. The denizens there will kick them out and slaughter them. I
Dark
am assuming
powers.
Strahd spoke with one of them or another at some point. The Amber Temple is where they are kept, locked away.
Are they deities? Are they devils? What are they?
They are neither. I do not know, to be frank. They are on a similar level of power, some would say greater. Some would say they are suffused within the very existence of what it means to be afraid. But that is mere conjecture. My speculations will not provide anything of useful advice, at least in that regard. It's one of the reasons why I wish to conduct my research there. Fortunately, I'm not strong enough to be capable of that myself. And if that is where Strahd gained his powers, I hold on to the hope that it is where we can destroy them as well.
How many dangers did you see there? Should we venture that way ourselves?
There is a group of barbarians and druids that have been charmed by Strahd outside the gates that I am more than capable enough of teleporting past without being seen. But that obviously does not go for everyone. But once you enter, there is a being of darkness that stalks any who enter. Within the main temple, the grand foyer is a statue of some god of secrets forgotten because his name is not known. Secret after all. Instead of a head, has a vacuous, empty space of darkness that nests a creature that I have never seen. But I have only felt its spells singe my skin and carve my flesh. I have escaped barely with my life multiple times. I have heard laughing at one point or another that haunts me to this day. It sounds like a fox that rings any bells. Foxes are known for being secretive. Kasimir seems to drift off in the distance. It seems to be a question that puzzles him greatly. That will be taken care of when the abilities and opportunity presents itself. Is there anything else I may do for you?
Uh, Navigating to the temple, is it, you said it's south. Is it,
There is a
is,
there is a crossroads between Kresk and Valaki. The path to the south leads on a winding and treacherous path known as the Tsalenka Pass. It winds up Mount Gakis for several miles, about 3 days' journey. Along the bitter cold of its peak is where the Ember Temple rests.
very well.
I do not advise you venture there without preparing yourself for the dangers of this realm and improving your own abilities significantly. I myself hope to accompany you when you venture there, but do not do so until you feel prepared.
Are you able to leave this encampment then when the time comes?
Briefly, I disguise another of my dusk elves to cast a resemblance of my appearance in the time being. It is enough to fool Ergel and Vash. For the duration, I do my venturing. But the worst thing that can happen is for it to be discovered. so I do not do it often. If you are headed in a direction, I advise you interact with a man known as the Abbot in Kresk. He owns the Abbey, the last rumored place of divine holiness in this cursed realm. I have not spoken to him, but I have heard only good things.
Is
You may be able
he?
to.
I'm sorry. Is he a priestly man in Krisk?
He is indeed. Around a century back, he passed through this town, and I spoke with him once. He evidently has not aged a day since. I do not know why, but he is a strange man. That has only helped the people of Kresk. I advise you speak with him at least. He may be able to help against the fight against Strahd. I myself agree with one thing about Rahaden. Once you have killed those you needed to and weakened the forces of your greatest enemy of all, in my case, killing Rahaden Nergal, and I see no point stopping until Strahd has been destroyed.
Uh, Tanavar looks suddenly anxious, like he's ready to go.
There are
This
many
enemy
reasons why a man would not be able to show age, but a cleric of all things is quite peculiar.
He is a peculiar man, from what I have heard.
And what have you heard?
From those who travel by, he ventures around and heals those in need, brings them to his abbey, and returns them cured of all ailments they had. One of the desk elves contracted some sort of illness, returned there, or went to Kresk and returned good as new.
I see.
It
Very
may
much
be a
like to
place
visit
of
him.
maybe a place of sanctuary if you find yourself pursued by Strahd and his forces. We will need all the help we can get, after all.
I
Now
believe
I
we were heading there anyways.
now I now I advise you to familiarize yourself with the world, gain allies where you can find them, complete the tasks you wish to, and improve your own powers along the way. We have much to fight, including Rahaden, Regal, and the rest of them, and it is not one fight that can be complete alone. We will need to join forces, I suppose, is the best way to put it. And if you show any signs of promise, then the Dusk Elves would rather have our blood spilled, doing our best to change our lives for the better, rather than let it be slowly bled out against ground that does not appreciate them. Take that as you will. It has been most fortunate that we have met. Kasimir gives a slow nod. I have my own business to attend to. Things that do not concern you in particular. Running the taskers, but I am here to contact if you need anything. I do not have much at my disposal currently, but in a pinch, if it is between life and death, Kasimir reaches into his bag and brings out a pair of sort of smooth marble-like sandstones. He casts a spell with his other hand, and one lifts and hovers in front of the party. That is a sending stone. It has been enchanted that once per day you can speak a message up to 25 words, and it will be directed to me. If you are about to perish, I would rather sacrifice my own life and cover to teleport to you and allow you to live another day. It is not out of selflessness that I act. It is simply the most efficient method of preserving our people.
Natsuya would take initiative and hold out her palm to take the stone. If, if and when Casimir relinquished it.
Yeah, Kasimir pockets the other half in his pocket as the other drops into Nadia's hand. I myself tire. Speaking at length is difficult for one of my condition. But I truly, from the depths of my heart, thank you for arriving. I do not hope to consider myself your friend, but an ally to your motives, whatever they may be. That is indeed something I would like to present myself as. I bid you a good day.
Thank you.
Part of Natia would look like she would want to stay, if only to glean more information and even just to be in the company of her own people, but would respect his decision and turn to leave.
Gaston follows swiftly behind Natia.
I'll follow
Oh,
that as well.
sorry. I just wanted to say that
Black will follow
he
too.
only said that because it's 11 o'clock, and if you did have any more information or questions you wanted to ask, I'm more than happy to answer.
What a session.
Sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
want
it
to
is
cut
good.
anybody off there.
What do you mean it's 11? It's
What?
only been 2 hours.
Session will end as the group of you exit Kasimir Velikov's hovel and exit out into the rain.
All
Through
right.
freaking Lady Wachter or whatever. We're going to Crest right now.
Well, we got time for that. That's the
We don't
thing.
have
Not
time
for-
for that.
No,
We're trying
I'm
to
saying we got
discuss
time
it.
to go to Kresk and back.
Oh yeah, and back. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
We'd have to leave right now, so it'd be like unfortunately, because Gaston is reckless, I'm out of land hands healings, but we're fine. We got other.
No, we
At
have
this
to go
point,
to
we could
the
just call
Amber
him Tanavar
Temple.
the Antsy. Eventually.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness. I'm so eager to
Oh boy.
go.
Yeah, same.
Go where?
Kresk.
Kresk
Yes.
in particular, but just to keep playing.
Yeah, I was like, why can't we do this every day?
If only. If only. Yeah, I
Wow.
need to remember to bring a tea nearby when I play Kasimir.
Yeah, my goodness, that was quite a
Oh
voice.
my god. The voice was really cool though. It was really good.
Yeah.
He's an interesting character. As I- as I as I quote from my first group, the sexual tension between Casimir and Rahadan is off the charts. But that's another story. I feel bad for Nazi that both of those characters are in the same place.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nadia's story is so sad.
it really is.
Yeah, for real.
I
All
want
the
to go
I
there
kind
to
fears.
of
cry during the story.
Well, it is sad, but I hope it's at least entertaining and interesting and relevant to the story.
Completely.
Compelling, yeah.
I kind of felt bad going into this because like Gaston and Nomi are such like comic relief characters, and I'm like, interesting. All right, here's my sob fucking story. Interesting. Time to bring down the mood.
We went from Gaston's joyous little adventure of jumping out of windows to fucking wrist cutting.
Crime and genocide. Yeah.
I like the utter disparity between like Tenavar, Godak, and Natia. And then there's just
Yeah.
Gaston and Nomi, and then there's Calbrin's there. I guess in the in
Lost in
between.
the woods.
Hanover's
He's
got enough
definitely
going on without his brother in a torture chamber
but
somewhere
but
distant, but
Calbrin's definitely getting some wood one way or another.
yeah, I hope Kelbrin's had a wonderful day while we're having this
Yeah, I hope so. I hope
vomit
he's having
dump.
a good time.
But yeah, this Curse of Strahd is a gothic fantasy and dark fantasy one. It is meant to
It's
be
so good. It's so
quite
good. It's so
serious
far.
and fucked up.
My god.
It
I
hurts
was
so good.
still I was so scared in the beginning when Kodak went through that. Like I didn't know what to say after when he woke up. I honestly didn't know what to say.
I hope some of you are connecting some dots that I put out.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to say which ones, but
I'm gonna have to re-listen to the Godak part because
yeah,
a lot happened, and I feel like a lot went over
Yeah.
my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened.
It's a good
Did
thing we recorded this.
yeah,
Yeah,
for
thank
sure.
God.
Phil, I believe
Yeah,
I heard
thank
him
God.
right. Did Kirad the star guy say that he was relaying a message between himself and someone else?
he said that the fear Tenavar felt was the conduit that he passed the message he was on
Okay.
to.
Okay. Hanover's not afraid. Shut up.
Mm.
I'm excited to see what's gonna happen with Tanavar and the Tanavar clone or little brother. What was it?
Yeah, it's his clone. Yeah, little brother.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is this is my first time kind of saying story aloud in my own like voice verbally on the spot, so I hope it's not cringy or bad or anything. And
The inflection
No,
in your
it's
voice when it came to
Fantastic.
grief is fantastic. Yeah.
Spot
very
on.
good.
so I was gonna say like if like I'm always open to suggestions or constructive criticism.
Worry not, mon ami. You'll never be more cringy than I.
Thank you.
I feel like for my size kind of cringy because like well I'm saying like for Godak, like in the beginning he was freaking out when he first turned to the creature thing. And that kind of like I don't know, it kinda got quiet for a while until it happened again to the second time we got into a fight. I feel like that was kinda cringy to me.
It was awesome.
This is the thing. It's always gonna feel that way, but I don't know. I just don't feel cringe. Like the first time it happened, the reason I was quiet is because I did not know how to react whatsoever.
Yeah, for real.
Even Tanavar was like, "Are you an enemy?"
Yeah.
I really like
I
that they're
too
both
am
from the
a sea
Fae.
invertebrate.
Wow.
I am an enemy.
Hmm.
I tried.
But yeah, I've kind of often purposefully been quiet just because I didn't want to like let all of that out for no good reason, and because Natia would naturally be cautious in the environment that she's in, so um, that might give some explanation to why sometimes I'll just like be sitting there listening on mute and just kind of waiting
Yeah.
for the right
Yeah.
moments. Like, that
I'm
was
glad you
Yeah.
finally had your time to shine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Like part of me feels really bad that how much Gaston talks. I Gaston is definitely a character that's moving the story forward, and not that's not always true.
That's
Like,
good.
but he's kind of the I have a task and I am gonna freaking get it done.
There,
And
for me,
sometimes that's
there's.
at the expense of some people not talking, and that's why I'm like, okay, Gaston's gonna do his.
I think it's good though. I think it works to move stuff along. I mean, for me, there's so
Yeah.
much that I want to say, but I feel like both Tanner and myself don't want to say anything wrong. So sometimes I'll just wait too long to say anything at all. But it's good to move the story along.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's how I feel with me and Godak.
And having those little pieces like here and there of comic relief, like you do a great job, Gaston, of just like you make me laugh every time. Like it's nice to have like those little sprinkles of comic relief in there. I think you do a good job on it while not being like inappropriate based on what kind of genre the story is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, with Gaston's fumbling with Victor and like
Mm-hmm. A
Mhm.
good horror story wouldn't be sorry, thoughts and comedy.
I
you
also
gotta
like
have those highs to have those lows be even lower.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Right,
I also
Glad I
like
don't.
Godak and Nomi's shenanigans.
That
Where
was
like
No,
great. I love that.
Nomi is. I have to say, Nomi is playing a Fae very well.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, just
Like, not
Tanavar
even.
is so exasperated. Like, is Kelbrin alive or not? I don't trust a word you say, but man,
He's
It,
he's
dead.
it's
I
frustrated.
told you.
100
He's
Godak
so
one
dead
it's
hundred
though.
percent believes her
it's
since
not
last night.
it's not even the not even the actual action. It's the wording that Nomi chooses. Like,
Oh, it's so
what was
good.
it? What was it you said with Arena as you were exiting conversation? I forgot what it was, but that stuck with me. Um,
In a
can't
place like
remember.
this,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, yeah.
nobody can be
Yeah.
trusted.
Yes, that
Yeah,
was
that part.
Oh, it's so good.
I like the
So
blissful,
good.
innocent ignorance on Nomi's part. Like he's dead. I'm like, if he is, he died doing what he loved. Just
I
stay
heard
with.
screaming, I swear.
Oh, yeah, screaming. Okay, screaming for something. All right.
I just appreciate you all so much for making characters and sticking to them. Like this group here is I don't know if any of you realize how rare it is in a campaign to have people that are so willing to roleplay a character. It's so much fun.
Oh, I realize.
Yeah,
Cameron
it
and I have
really
had
is.
so many campaigns where people just don't want to do that. That it's that's why this campaign is our absolute
Yeah,
favorite thing ever.
so much fun. It's everything I desire in D&D is just a cast of characters. It's so fun.
Yeah.
It really is.
yeah, it's a great group.
Yeah, and I know me and I are really new to D&D in general. What was this our like fourth or fifth campaign we've ever started?
For you, it's probably like your fifth or sixth. But I've done more campaigns than you have.
Oh, well, those are like one shots.
No, I played D&D before, like way before I even met you.
Oh, that's news for me. So for me, anyways, yeah, like that, like it's a group effort though. Is especially including the DM for having our backstories so twined into the campaign.
Yeah.
Our Wednesday session, we're doing Tomb of Horrors, and like you have backstories enough to similarly role play, but there's no room for it. It being a module such as Tomb of Horrors. Yeah, and the
For
DM
sure.
doesn't add anything to it, which is fine. We're just running the module, but I mean, yeah.
It's very cool, Phil, for you to take a module and strip stuff out of it and put our backstories into it. For sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I am still amazed by that. Like I was told by their DMs that they don't do it all because I think it's a waste of time and it's not fun. But holy shit.
I mean, well,
Yeah.
you gotta have characters willing to bite into it, not just be like, okay.
Yeah.
yeah. It's as a DM, I've always been of the opinion that individual character backstories should be the primary focuses of the campaign, tied together by the overarching storyline, and
I
that's
love
how I've
it.
always run my games.
I love it so much.
For sure.
Like after, if the campaign finishes, I have a list of things I've written down that, oh, this is what I changed. This is actually like this, things like that. And I'm curious, at least to see what you think, uh, what I actually added and what I took out and what is actually in the module.
I
Yeah.
definitely so far would like to sometime way down the road when this campaign is done to run Strahd for a group of my friends and just I'm eager to open the book
Compare and
myself and see
contrast, yeah.
everything that you've done. Yeah.
I will say I never want this campaign to end.
Same here. So good.
Thank you for that.
Yes,
It means a lot.
as soon as
Great
Fel,
group, great DM too.
as soon as Fel said Rahadan's name, I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. My time has come. I'm sweating.
The fucking has arrived.
Yes.
You're not supposed to bring up my backstory already. I'm not mentally prepared. Just let me drift along for a while.
As I as I said to Caliburn, the one unifying phrase between the police and DMs is that anything you say can and will be used against you.
Court of law. The court of Fel.